Einen? Hört man noch nichts? Nö. Jetzt bin ich zu hören, Sie sind für mich.
So I can hear myself, and you can hear me too. That seems to be good. And so I'd like to invite you to please find your seats.
Das Lied, das Sie in diesen Tag.
So the song that is to take you to the beginning of this morning is to be found on page 72, and the musicians are ready to start and wide awake.
Es werde Licht an diesem Morgen, in dem das Alte neu erstrahlt. Erscheinen wird, was noch verborgen, in Farben bunt das Leben malt. Es werde Licht für die Menschen in jedem Land. Halt über uns deine segnende Hand. Behutsam leise nimmst du fort die Dämmerung von der Erde, sprichst jeden Morgen neu dein Wort. Es werde Kraft an diesem Tage und Mut zum Wirken in der Welt und Sinn in jeder neuen Frage, die heute uns zur Rede stellt. Es werde Kraft für die Menschen in jedem Land. Halt über uns deine segnende Hand. Behutsam leise nimmst du fort die Dämmerung von der Erde, sprichst jeden Morgen neu dein Wort. Es werde Glück in Augenblicken für alle, die voll Sehnsucht sind. Du wirst uns einen Engel schicken, den Hauch von deines Geistes Wind. Es werde Glück für die Menschen in jedem Land. Halt über uns deine segnende Hand. Behutsam leise nimmst du fort die Dämmerung von der Erde, sprichst jeden Morgen neu dein Wort.
Beginnen wir diesen
Let us begin this day in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen.
der aus dessen Hand
He from which hand we receive every day anew, from whose look we love and live.
soll uns heute
He is to accompany us on this day, to introduce us to yet another new, to talk to each other, to discuss with one another, to find solutions with one another as well.
ein Wort aus dem Propheten Zephania.
A word from Prophet Zephaniah is what we chose for this morning.
An jenem Tag brauchst du dich nicht
On that day, you shall not be put to shame because of the deeds by which you have rebelled against me.
entferne ich aus
For then I will remove from your midst ye proudly exultant ones, and you shall no longer be haughty in my holy mountain.
und ich lasse in deiner Mitte
But I will leave in your midst a people humble and lowly. They shall seek refuge in the name of the Lord, those who are left in Israel. They shall do no injustice and speak no lies,
Unrecht mehr tun,
nor shall there be found in their mouth a deceitful tongue.
mürrische Rede mehr. Ja, sie
For they shall graze and lie down, and none shall make them afraid.
juble, Tochter Zion.
Sing aloud, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O Israel. Rejoice and exult with all your heart, O daughter of Jerusalem. The Lord has taken away the judgments against you. He has cleared away your enemies.
Der König Israel
The King of Israel, the Lord, is in your midst. You shall never again fear evil.
an jenem Tag
On that day it shall be said to Jerusalem, Fear not, O Zion. Let not your hands grow weak. Lord, your God is in your midst, a mighty one who will save. He will rejoice over you with gladness. He will quiet you by his love. He will exult over you with loud singing, like you sing on a special festive day.
singen wir ihm, der in unserer Mitte ist.
Now let us sing to him who is in our midst. Sing to our God. Yes, sing to him.
Singt unserem Gott, ja singt ihm. Singt unserem Gott ein Weisheitslied. Singt unserem Gott, ja singt ihm. Singt unserem Gott ein Weisheitslied.
Freuen vor Gott. Seine Macht ist unbegrenzt und er nutzt sie für Gutes.
Singt unserem Gott, ja singt ihm. Singt unserem Gott ein Weisheitslied. Singt unserem Gott, ja singt ihm. Singt unserem Gott ein Weisheitslied.
Wir wollen nicht andere beherrschen, nur Gott thront über
heb den Blick, sing dein Lied, sing dein Lied,
Preiset Gott, der
heb
niemals
den Blick,
der auch heut noch Wunder
sing dein Lied,
tut, seinen Ruhm zum
heb den Blick,
seinen Ruhm zum
sing dein Lied,
singt Gott ein neues
heb den Blick.
Niemand soll's euch wehren, lasst uns trauern ferne fliehen, singet Gott zu Ehren, preiset Gott, der niemals
Singt unserem Gott ein Weisheitslied. Singt unserem Gott, ja, singt ihm. Singt unserem Gott ein Weisheitslied.
Singt unserem Gott
Sing to our God, sing him a song of wisdom. Sing him a song of wisdom. May he give us some of his wisdom
für die weiteren Schritte
today for the steps ahead, for the steps of what has been decided upon on this synodal path, what has been laid the foundation for, what has grown over time, and also in the worldwide synod.
die internationalen Gäste,
The international guests that we have with us, Frère Alois and Frère Richard, they
Hauch davon.
can already give us a glimpse of what that means.
Das Gebet für
I would now like to pray the prayer for this World Bishop Synod in easy language.
den Geist von Gott ruft
The Spirit of God calls us. We are here. We have a meeting for the church. We speak to God. Come to us. Help us.
sei bei uns,
Be with us.
sei in unserem Herzen.
Be in our hearts. Help us.
Wir wollen den richtigen Weg
We want to find the right path. We need you. Protect us.
sagst uns, so macht ihr
You tell us you're doing this the right way. We don't know everything. Help us. Then we will find the right way forward. And then we will understand better. And then we'll be courageous. And then we will say what we think. We also speak in a peaceful manner to each other, even though we may be of different opinions. We have good conversations because you are helping us in that. Let us have a good community. Help us. We ask you for your help. You will always be our God. Everywhere we go, you are the Father and the Son and the Ghost of God, the Spirit of God. Always. Amen.
Und weiter geht es mit
And on we go
Tourenteam
to the team of moderators for this morning. Just a piece of information, and on the sheet you have found on your seats when you came in this morning, you can put this aside. For now, you will only need this in the last unit, basically, of the spiritual moments. I am going to wish you a lovely and blessed day.
Welches möchtest du, dass
So, schönen guten Morgen Ihnen allen zusammen.
A wonderful good morning to all of you.
Wir starten heute
Now, this is the last day of our joint path on this synodal path, and I have to say I am deeply impressed that you all showed up at 8 o'clock this morning and that we could start on time in an agenda that is more than filled.
durch den früheren Beginn jetzt heute auf
Now, because we started earlier on today's agenda, we still have a text that we're going to discuss and then potentially, hopefully, also pass. And then we will continue with the elections that were scheduled for today, and we'll stay with the agenda, and we will continue with the text on dealing with gender diversity, agenda item 6.2. That's the next text. And on this text, I would like to ask Hans Lüdepohl to introduce the text, and he will also introduce the work of the Motions Committee.
Was habe ich denn gesagt? Hans, ich dachte an Andreas. Wir kennen uns schon ein paar Tage länger. Kriegen wir hin.
Alles das Einzige.
And I accidentally seem to have called him Hans Lüdepohl, even though his name is Andreas Lüdepohl. Anyways, good morning, dear members of the Synod.
Vermutlich greift der Handlungstext
Probably the implementation text dealing with gender diversity is the only draft resolution on our synodal path that addresses a problem that is not only controversial within the Church, but also triggers sometimes intense controversy in society as a whole. And that holds true for Germany, Europe, and the rest of the world. Dealing with gender diversity does not only concern the numerically potentially small group of inter and transgender individuals among us. Rather, dealing with gender diversity confronts each of us with our own gender identity. So this holds true for each and every single one of us. And this may be as a cis man, as a trans woman, or as an interperson, or else. And because our gender identity is not something external, but something that rather belongs to the core of who we are, to the core of the person that we are, and also to the story of our life, we are all rather sensitive, sometimes even vulnerable, rightly so, when it comes to this question. Because, after all, our own familiar self-concepts are put to the test. If familiar patterns of thought and action are called into question by new knowledge, this quickly leads to unpleasant irritations. And that probably holds true for all of us. But we are not only vulnerable, but wounded are already those among us who are denied the recognition of their gender identity, implicitly or explicitly. What use is God's promise to them, which the prophet Isaiah puts in the words, and we all know these words, "For everyone who is called by my name, I have created, formed, and made for my glory." So what use is this life-affirming promise to them if they are literally overlooked every single day in their gender identity as intersex or transgender people? When they think they have to hide with the way they have become. And what's even worse, when they are exposed to veritable hostility just because they fall outside of the accustomed grid of a strict binary gender order. For this reason alone, a mindful and appreciative approach to gender diversity is a human right. And let me add, it is also a Christian duty. This is the goal: to be aware of gender diversity. That is the objective that the implementation text pursues. No more and no less than that. So this requires a variety of learning processes within our society as well as within our church. Which new insights do we have? Which ones have endured and lasted the test of time? Which consequences are inevitable and which are excessive at times, potentially too? In some respects, we're still at the beginning. And for this reason alone, the Motion Committee was happy to take up Bishop Gen's widely supported motion to formalize, that's motion number 9, to formalize joint learning on questions of dealing with gender diversity in a working group consisting of the Bishops' Conference, the ZTK, and technical experts. So this is what he proposed in his motion. The Motion Committee, consisting of Hendrik Johannemann, Mara Klein, Gabriele Klingberg, Michael Müller, and myself, recommends the acceptance of this motion. So, in spite of the fact that we still have a lot to learn, again, also in the way Bishop Gen phrased it, we already have certain options for action that we can recommend for implementation that promote a mindful and appreciative approach to gender diversity at the level of the dioceses of this country as well as at the level of the Universal Church. 4 comments as well as some of the 38 submitted motions for amendment, of which the Motion Committee recommends 25 for acceptance. 9 of them modified, 8 for rejection, and 1 for individual voting in the plenary. We have 4 comments and some motions that relate to the level of detail and the language used in the introduction. In fact, the introduction is unusually detailed. The Synodal Forum is very aware of this fact. The background of its decision for this detailed wording, however, is the fact that this implementation text, just like all the other implementation texts or texts of the Synodal Forum, after not reaching the necessary quorum at the last Synodal Assembly, there was no basic text, no fundamental text available which could substantiate the implementation texts and to which they can refer. And because of the lack of this, we, as the Motions Committee and as the Forum as a whole, deemed it to be appropriate to at least take the chance to outline the most central insights based on which our recommendations are made, and also to make the urgency plausible. So these include the currently available basic findings of the human sciences on the already biologically manifesting diversity of gender identities. Thereafter, also on the urgency of a changed approach to gender diversity, and not least, and I'd like to explicitly mention that, the reference to pioneering actions in the Universal Church, namely the document of the Australian Bishops' Conference, Created and Loved, a guide for Catholic schools on identity and gender. And I am very glad that we also have representatives of the Australian Catholic Church among us. Maybe they can also take the floor on this matter. All three factual insights show that we are by no means alone with our implementation text, neither from a human scientifically nor from a universal church perspective. And this should encourage us to take up this impetus as a church and to reflect those also in our society as a substantial contribution to a societal discussion. And we know what is at stake: a respectful and appreciative handling of gender diversity of God's creation. This would be a hopeful sign of the good news in our time and for our world. Thank you very much.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much, Professor Andreas Hüdepohl. Thank you for your introduction to the draft. And we can start with our general debate right away. I would like to ask the technicians to go back to 1 minute, 30 seconds as the time to be allotted to speak. We'll see how far this will take us. I'm going to open the list of speakers so that you can put your name on the list if you wish to do so. Mr. Pochun will be first, please. Thank you very much. Just at the start, I'd hope for us to go through the discussions quickly so that we don't play off against each other the other implementation text that would be dramatic for trans persons in particular. I'm not directly affected by this implementation text. I'm a heterosexual cis man, but this text really affects me, concerns me, because it stands for many people who are affected by their identity out of church. Many of them revealed themselves. That was very difficult because the church still doesn't realize that there are people who are not male or female. But this is a medical and human scientific fact, and we're just denying it. This is absolutely hurtful, deeply hurtful, and causes suffering, enormous suffering, even suicide. And as a church, we have the mandate to support the marginalized people and to accommodate them in our midst as equal as Jesus did. Jesus lives in trans persons, and let's take him up in our middle. It's also an important signal to society. We as the church see that there are people who cannot accommodate into the human-made binary system. And we see all the people, and we want to send a message of the gospel. All humans are equal. Thank you very much, Mr. Pochun. I'm telling you right away, after the next intervention, we are going to list the list of speakers. So if you wish to take the floor, please let us know in the next 1.5 minutes. Bishop Kohlgraf. Regarding putting the name on the list of speakers, I might be faster even. I'd just like to point out that your reference is made to Genesis 1:21, that this would need to be put into question, as well as the binary gender order. Some weeks ago, there was a contribution by Stefan Görz on katholisch.de, which makes it very clearly and in a very differentiated manner that the binary gender system is not to be abandoned, even if we support the interests represented in the text at 100%. I just wanted to point this out. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Katharina Klutmann. I think that regarding human sciences, there are many things we are not aware of yet. And there are many things we will never know on the human being, because the human being is too big for us to know everything. So much on that. I think that in theology, we too often assume that we know everything about God. But I think we don't know everything about the human being nor about God and will ever know. But there's one thing that I believe. No matter what gender a person has, God lives in him, in the person, in the individual. God created the individual, and this is why there is no alternative for me to adopting this text. Albeit that later on some aspects might need to be changed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sister Katharina. Auxiliary Bishop Zekorn, please. Against the backdrop of how I'm going to vote in a minute, I think it's really important, that's what I would like to emphasize, that in the Catholic Church we have a good pastoral work for gender people, and because the individuals are loved by God as they are. This is why I'd like to raise a series of points and adopt from the implementation text. But I cannot adopt a text fully, which is basically based on the gender theory, and I cannot accept the points that result from that. That's just one argument. After the Robert Koch Institute study of 2020, in 99.38% of the population, the gender they were born with and the gender identity, the assignment of the gender are identical, male and female. And speaking of the variance, as the implementation and other texts of the Synodal Path do, in my opinion, is erroneous. 99.38% of the population are not variants. However, as a society and as the Church, we have to do our utmost so that intra and transgender individuals can deploy their personality independently and can live without discrimination and shape their lives accordingly. And I'd like to commit to that, although I cannot commit to this text. Thank you very much for your request for the floor. Now we are going to hear from Viola Kohlberger. I think it's very difficult to speak about standards and variants that deviate from the standard. I think we are all equal, and there is no norm, no standard for that. The text at hand is a very good one, and it's based on scientific findings. The only thing that, in my opinion, would speak against this text is a tradition we have in the Catholic Church, and that is disrespectful to human beings. And I would wish for doing away with that tradition, breaking this tradition today and showing that we count on the love of God for everybody. The last point, to be a supporter of that, is not a question, it's something that I think goes by itself. Hendrik Johannemann. It's been good practice to also hear something from the Universal Church, so I give the floor to Bishop McKinley of Australia. I'm in favor of the work that has been done regarding this text on the Synodal Path. There are many parallels to the work done when this text was created and loved, and it's a guideline for Catholic schools in Australia, created and loved, and it's a text that is mentioned in their teaching. In Australia, in my opinion, there were three important starting points. First, our Catholic schools are committed to acting in a way that is embedded in the Catholic doctrine regarding sexuality, and different ideologies are not supported. The support is avoided, that are very present in our broader society. Second, there are students at our schools who obviously are in a situation in which they are faced with major challenges when it comes to understanding their own gender and their own sexuality. In some cases, and all the way down to creating a transition process for that gender. Third, taking care of these students is the primary obligation of Catholic schools. But it's our primary obligation to not intervene in political debates in a way that's based on the God of love for all the human beings and in the context of the respect for all human beings in their individuality. Our document was very well received that we drew up, and I think it was a great support that we invested a couple of years to draw up the text in Australia and to rely on texts of physicians and experts in the medical field who already take care of our students at schools and the schools themselves. I am in favor of you continuing on the path you've started to embark upon. Thank you very much for this intervention and for coming all the way from Australia to be with us today and to discuss with us. Professor Eberhard Tiefensee. Thank you for your witness of faith. I'd like to give names now. I'd like to thank Mara Klein and Jana Schorbel for this great witness of faith during the first General Assembly. And I thank all those at Out in Church, and I thank you all for not leaving after the foundational text of the Forum 4 was rejected during the latest Synodal Assembly. It was a slap in the face. I'd like to quote Johanna Beck, and I'd also like to thank her very warmly. Thank you for not leaving, although the way you were being was denied to you. And obviously this is continuing on the occasion of this plenary assembly. And I hope that many of these statements, I think that some of these statements will be well received, but some people will proceed to action with fatal consequences in some cases. You did not leave, and this is a witness of your faith that tremendously encourages me. I want to be church with you. Thank you very much. Professor Emons, please. The first point I'd like to raise circles back to what Mr. Tiefensee just said. I think that we are coming full circle in the Synodal Path. We're going back to the witness of faith, speaking openly about trans identity during the first Synodal Assembly. When asked what I'm doing here, what we are doing here, well, I say we are going to be a small church. We will lose some influence, but the question, what small church do we want to become? In Western European societies, the question arises if we are going to be a church that will not be able to connect with the ethical convictions of the citizens anymore, if we're going to move towards a direction that most of the population is denying or is despising. And the gender ideology with which in a right-wing conservative church seems to be very close to right-wing radicals and extremists. And this is why, in my opinion, it is essential that this refusal of gender ideology and the confirmation of speaking openly, this is something we should definitely say yes to when adopting this text. Bishop Oster got the floor. The fact that we have a lot of catching up to do in the church when it comes to the manifold questions on gender identity, there is no doubt about that. Also dealing with those people in a mindful manner who feel marginalized. Based on our anthropology, when understanding the phenomena, we are just at the beginning, as Professor Lülepol has said. We are talking about the term identity as if we knew what that actually meant. And in serious conversations with queer people, I became very aware of this. And basically, what we do is we hardly ever add the fact that being a Christian means growing into a specific new identity. According to Jesus, we are called upon to be reborn and with Paul to be a new creation in Christ. And this existential Christian identity experience, what all this contributes to being aware of one's identity, this has not been mentioned at all in this text. This is why I think that this text cannot be adopted. Thank you, Bischof Oster. Dr. Dörnemann got the floor. I think it's good that we are dealing with this text once more today, and the text refers to the cause why the Synodal Path took place, the abuse scandal. It speaks of tabuization of sexuality, and it takes it a step further. It speaks of recognition of sexual identities. Language creates reality, is what we used to say. And in sexual education, we used to say that only what I appreciate is what I can protect, only what I recognize is what I can protect. And this is an idea that's not only important to be mentioned in this connection, but it's also reflected in the Universal Church. The Youth Synod, if you remember the press conferences, LGBTQ was a topic in all the press rounds. The question was, will it be in the final document? LGBTIQ in the Experimentum Laboris of the World Synod was mentioned twice. It is also contained in the final document of other synods with a couple of pages. So my point is that it is already present when you speak about in the Archdiocese Limburg and Freiburg. So there is this fundamental order. So we have a topic that's around. We have an issue that we need to frame with words. So it's important to find a language for those sexual identities that are part of our basic order, and they have to be recognized regarding their sexual identity. Bishop Gen got the floor. Synod members, I've never had the need to discuss this matter. Only when we started discussing this on our Synodal Path, that was the first time that I dealt with this matter, and this also led to me talking to a person affected. This is why many things are very new for me, and this is the reason why I submitted the motion that you'll also be presented. But I cannot verify all the statements that are mentioned in the introduction of the text, and I don't think that the text is ready to be adopted yet. But what is important to me is a mindful dealing with the people we are talking about. And as you addressed the motion, but I'm still not able to recognize the content of the text, I have to abstain at this point, and I'd like to ask you for your respect for my decision. I feel the pressure also in the assembly, and I'm wondering, do we really need to adopt the whole text right now? Wouldn't it be enough if we discuss the motion that I formulated because of a difficult situation and because of the concern I feel for the people affected? Can we not discuss this motion and deal with the topic of the text further, and at the same time adopting the content of the text and implement what can be implemented at this point in time? Couldn't we accept this motion that I presented? Mr. Hoffmann, please. I think this text is really important. I think that this is the beginning of a path regarding the topic. In the Augsburg diocese, there's also a network of queer people, and I discussed with them, I discussed with theologians. I am a learning person, I'm a learner. And I think that the text is an important foundation of expressing that everyone is welcome in the church. And I endorse what Professor Tiefensee said before. And there's a second aspect. I think that the families of inter and transgender persons also need to be taken into account, because it's sometimes also difficult for them to accept the situation. And we also need to send a signal that we are supporting these individuals, that they're part of the church. And we also should encourage the relatives you didn't do anything wrong if there is an inter or transgender person in the family. This is a sign that we should also send to the families. And I also say that against the backdrop of something that we do in the family as federation. We should send a signal of welcoming, independently of gender ideology or the like. Thank you very much. Mara Klein has got the floor. I'm a member of the Motions Committee, and I'd like to point out that Bishop Gen's motion has been accepted in a way that a working group will be founded dealing with this matter further. All the recommendations are recommendations for the bishops and don't have any binding character, although the text will be accepted. And this goes for all the texts. In recent years, I was always happy to participate in digital fora and to have the possibility there to turn off my camera. I fought with some of the people here, and I challenged many of you, and I was struggling with myself to decide if I had the power or the strength, rather, to stay on the path. And I'm calmer now today than you might know me from the past, because I would do it again. I would participate again, because I believe I see you all, and I think it's been worthwhile. From my point of view, it's okay if you can't commit to everything the text says, and understand that the topic is associated with fear and insecurity for many of you. But before you cast your vote, please ask yourselves how you're going to deal with that insecurity, being in a position of power. I show how I deal with it regarding the many compromises that I made when discussing this text, and I've been willing to be vulnerable time and time again, because this will allow us to make progress. And if we can't adopt the text, please keep asking yourselves. And if you don't adopt the text, please behave in a responsible way. I wish us all the courage, and to all of those people who are affected by this text, to receive the support they deserve when in their struggle that they are engaged in every day. Thank you very much. Bishop Gerber, you've got the floor. I was very impressed by the conversation I had 2 years ago with a family father who works in our diocese a lot, is very committed. And he said when our child was born, it's now 12 years old, we couldn't really identify the gender. It wasn't discernible. And after diagnosis, we had a surgery. And now as puberty started, we are of the opinion that we didn't make a good decision. And the items 1 and 2 on the agenda, I see this as an encouragement to couples or parents to not make a premature decision that might cause a lasting damage to a person, but to be open. That is what I'd like to say.
Ich rufe Weihbischof Schepers auf.
Auxiliary Bishop Schepers, please. 5 years ago, when my learning journey started, as I would call it, this was quite an impressive moment, and this journey is not over yet because I don't know everything yet. And meeting non-binary individuals is something that has left me very impressed, also in terms of the witness of their belief and the loyalty they show to this church, or have shown to this church, even though it's not always treated them well. And I'm also relating this to the last text in the motion, and I'm also referring to Pope Francis with his Fratelli Tutti writing, in which he stipulates very clearly that love can transcend all boundaries, and that the person closest to you is to be accepted the way he or she is, even against all the differences. And that part of that is that the suffering of individuals who've been alienated from the church due to their gender identity is to be recognized, and they need to be accepted, and the causes of this alienation are to be dealt with and rectified. And I can only invite everyone, I'm emphasizing this, everyone, to embark on their own personal learning journey, as I have done, in terms of gender diversity. It's not going to be detrimental. It's actually going to be to the benefit of this church and to you as an individual.
Juliane Eckstein hat das Wort.
Juliane Eckstein, please. Thank you. Well, it's been talked about this study path, this learning experience, and I'm left with the impression and the solution might be typically Catholic, that it's very boring in the end, in the sense of the fact that that's applying to both. We have cis women and cis men, and we have individuals that go beyond these strict categories. An example, which is also not a new finding, are the rabbins that also knew thousands of years ago that this was part of the picture, and they can be supposed to know Genesis 1. Just read up Genesis 1. There is a differentiation between wild animals and pets. We don't have this anymore. Our nomenclature is a little different, without that causing any problem for us. So what this shows is, and that's my point, creation is so much more than that. And it points to a creator who is so much more. And it should leave us with admiration and humility. And that is why we also need these individuals that don't fit in these categories of male and female. They should need to feel at home in this church, so that with them and through them, we can also reach the Creator. Bishop Dieser. Well, I'd like to thank each and every one who's contributed to us being able to accept the text, also those that abstain and those that have spoken up and said they're against the text. I'd also like to thank you for doing that. I'm still left with the impression from the discussion yesterday in that the willingness to compromise has been used up. I couldn't really deal with that because we need to fight for the common ground. What I don't like is if you don't contribute to that fight to find some common ground. We need to listen to each other, continue to listen to each other, in particular in a text like this that relates to the happiness or lack of that of individuals to such a great extent. We need to do that, and I'm happy that we have a very different type of discussion than we had yesterday, and I'd be happy to adopt the text, including the motions, because it's about adopting. It's about accepting, because then in this way, by doing so, we accept the individuals concerned as well. Thank you. Christoph Uttenreuter. Yesterday, during breakfast, I so happened to share the table with a man and a woman that are active in this field, and that they provide training seminars for companies. And they've actually reinforced the opinion I've had all along, because I talked to them about the Synodal Path, and they said, well, if we worry too much, then the public will not accept that either. And I said, I'd like to have 4 statements out there. Those that are not male or female are to be regarded as part of God's creation. And secondly, we have not perceived them and thus violated them greatly. And then also, they are welcome in our church without any limitation, and we are willing to learn from them, and also to end any type of discrimination. Those would be the 4 core statements that I'd like to have as the 4 uniform, clear messages to be sent out to all those affected and the wider public. And the rest of the paper I'd like to transfer to the Commission. I don't think it's an example if we humbly accept the fact that we're not there yet. I think it's not a compromise. It's just what the public will also accept. And this should be ideally an opinion that we all share. So Professor Wuppen has the floor. It is important for me to express first of all, that I am a great supporter of the text, but I also have a lot of understanding for those that struggle with the text. Why? Because as a member of the Ethics Committee, I started 13 years ago with that, and I was involved in a statement, a declaration on intersexuality. And I studied medicine. I'm a doctor by training, and I am entered in that discussion with this implicit understanding that there are men and women in this world, with this binary notion. But because of the intense studies and because of the discussions and dialogues we've had with all kinds of individuals that represent intersexuality, it's not just one sexual, and it's not one category, or transsexuality for that matter, that this is an erroneous type of self-assurance on my part, and that it relates to something. Well, the gender notion is such a deep element of how these people perceive themselves in this world, and of how they perceive themselves in relation to other individuals, and how they perceive themselves in relation to God. And this is why this has a deep existential relation to the dignity of humans. And this dignity cannot be quantified at all. We don't know how, it's not important how much of that exists. At the end of the day, every single one of us is a variant, and we're coming back to the notion of variant. For every single one of us is a variant of what God meant. And that is why I wholeheartedly vote yes on this text. Thank you. City Deacon Hermes. Well, dear colleagues of the Synod, I can actually follow up to what Ms. Wopen said. I'd like to also refer to the Second Vatican Council and what was written there in that regard. The findings of human sciences are to be taken into account and accepted, and not only if they confirm traditional understandings, and that is why this is gender ideology. And if you substitute that with a theological understanding, then you're on the level of theology. And then also, in case of doubt, to the benefit of the individual, don't hurt those that have been hurt already. And this applies to those cases when, on a scientific level, we might still be in a dynamic process because we don't know everything. We're not deciding on the truth of anthropological findings today. That is not the intention of the text, and that is why I'd like to pick up on Bishop Gen's proposal, and I think it's worth considering to at least pass the motions and to then potentially refer the further considerations to the Synodal Committee. But to pass the motions, we should also pass a resolution to the effect that we as Catholic Christians are not the ones discriminating or violating or hurting individuals that might not fall in the binary category. We need to be by the side of those that have been hurt and whose rights have been violated. Okay, the last individual on the list of speakers is Gudrun Lux, and then Andreas Hüppenbol will then take the floor. Well, dear brothers and sisters, I've never been as excited to take the floor as I am today. I think it's a special moment because it's a particularly important text, and I'm saying this, that was born a man, now a woman. We have 2 children. I'm married to a man, so very Catholic as it turned out later on, and yet I am affected by this, and I believe that a lot of you have shown that you are concerned about this as well, that we are affected if our brothers and sisters are dealt with in an unjust manner. I can also hear it in the voices of those that decided to vote no on this or that hesitate on what to do. We are individuals that don't fit in draws that might be alienated because from a theological standpoint, we are a part of one body, and if one part is hurt, then the other part will feel that too. We can change the world by taking small steps, and I believe that today we have a chance to take a small step to do right and to recognize the rights of all our brothers and sisters, because we are all affected if you have the goods of this world and close your heart to the individual that might be able to help you out, then or the one that is suffering, then I can only say I call upon you to please vote yes on the text. Thank you very much, Ms. Lutz. This takes us to the end of the list of speakers, and I'd like to pass the floor to Professor Lupudepohl again. Dear members of the Synod, we consulted briefly within the Synodal Forum, and Priest Uttenreuter, he then submitted a proposal for resolution. So he was in favor of the 4 core points to be passed, and then to refer the rest to the Commission. So I cannot go ahead and say we're going to do that, but we have picked up on the bishops' and the bishop's consideration, and that this paper is to be a starting point for further reflections. That's all it's supposed to be, nothing more, nothing less. The question of gender order and creation theory, binarity. So we subscribe to the recommendations of the German Ethics Council in that we do not talk about binarity. It's a bipolarity and not a tripolarity or a quadrupolarity. So the genetic structure is one thing, but the biological gender identity is not the other, but it's a lot more than just the genetic disposition, and that is what this is trying to say. And maybe just on a more personal note, when I was 13 years old, I was subjected to hormonal treatment as an XY individual. I was growing breasts, basically. 50 years ago, this was not so spectacular, as others also in my family. Of course, I was caught by surprise at the time, and my mother said, well, you know, that's just the course of things. One man is not equal to another as are women. They're very different. And in hindsight, I'm very grateful for this unpretentious statement on the part of my mom. You know, I mean, what would have happened if she had said, well, you're not a real guy because you had to have hormonal treatment? No, she accepted me for who I was, and this is what I became, and maybe this made it easier for me to also find out that you cannot just be strictly X, Y, X, X, and that's it, but there is a variation of that. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Well, thank you very much to Professor Lupudepohl and also to all the other members of the Motions Committee. We have now closed the general debate and are coming to the voting. I'd like to ask the technicians to please prepare everything for the voting process. So this is the first item already. This relates to the motions for amendment that are recommended to be voted yes on by the Motions Committee. If you'd like to vote yes, press 1, 2 for no, and 3 for abstention. And we have just opened the voting.
Wir geben noch etwas Zeit bei der ersten Abstimmung, dass alle ihre Geräte.
And we're also going to give you a little bit more time. Some of you might have to look for their voting devices. But I'd now like to ask you to please come to the end of the voting. We can give you 3 more seconds. And we're now closing the voting process on these motions for amendment. A very clear result, 99.45% in favor and 0.55% against, one individual against, and 11 abstentions. Thank you. So let's now come to the category 2 motions. These are the motions that the Motions Committee recommends to be rejected. So if you would like to follow the Motions Committee, please vote yes, because then you're subscribing to what the Motions Committee recommends. If not, press no or abstain.
So. Wir nähern uns den 190. Stimmen Sie.
So we're getting close to 190. Please cast your votes now. And we'll close the voting in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and closed. Wow, 100%. Look at this. 100% of you follow the recommendations of the Motions Committee, 13 abstentions, and this takes us to category 3. Category 3 are the motions to be adopted in modified form. If you'd like to agree with what the Motions Committee proposes here, vote yes. If not, no, or abstain from voting.
Bitte dann zum Ende der Abstimmung zu kommen. Wir haben
Please come to the end. We have exceeded the threshold of 190, and we're now going to close the voting. Similar picture. 100% of you in favor of the recommendations brought forward by the Motions Committee, 13 abstentions. And now we're coming to category 4. So if I see that correctly, this is the only category 4 motion. The Motions Committee recommends that the text should include the following sentence: today's status quo of human sciences provides for an insightful picture. This is to be included. So that's the recommendation. This small sentence is to be included, and if you are in favor, then please vote yes. If not, then vote no, or you abstain from voting.
So, kommen Sie zum Ende.
Okay, please come to the end. We're now going to close on 3, 2, 1. So the voting has been closed. And let's see how you have voted. Similar picture, 96.79% in favor, 3.21% against, and 10 abstentions. And now we have points of order. Mr. Potschun, you were first. I don't think so, personally, but I would like to bring forward the point of order to have a recorded vote. Any opposition to that? This does not seem to be the case, so we'll have a recorded vote. Another point of order, and I'd also like to have the non-male members of the Synod be counted separately. So any opposition to that? This also doesn't seem to be the case, so that we have clarified that as well. So we'll now have the final vote on the text as a whole. The Motions Committee recommends adopting this text with the modifications we've just passed. If you'd like to vote yes, then press 1. No is button number 2, and then 3 is for abstentions. I'm going to give you just a few more seconds. We have a few more taking part in this voting than before. Please vote within the next few seconds. So let us now close the voting process and wait for the result. A very clear result. More than 95% voted yes on this text. 4.5% for no and 19 abstentions. So we have therefore adopted this implementation text. Oh no, we wanted to have the disclosure. So for the bishops, it's very clear as well. Very clear result. And this is the result for the non-male individuals, 100% in favor, and 4 abstentions.
Ja, herzlichen Dank, dass das in dieser
Well, thank you also for the swift and disciplined process. And now it's only 9:15, and we've already passed the first text. This is something that we haven't had too many times happening. Okay, we will now proceed with the next text. No, first a point of order.
According to letter Y, I'd like to pay tribute to the Bishops' Conference, and thank you.
So, dann kommen wir jetzt.
Okay, this brings us to a very different item on the agenda, and that is the elections. We are going to vote the 20 members for the Synodal Commission. Just as a reminder, because over breakfast I heard that not everybody's aware of that, all the 27 local bishops are member of the Synodal Commission. I'm not going to give you any names. They are members, the bishops. 27 representatives of the ZDK have also been elected. Now we're talking about 20 further members we are going to jointly elect. The Synodal Committee, to this end, already defined the election regulation. For those who follow us on the stream, so that you understand how this happened in December, between the 12th and 22nd December, the synodal members could propose individuals for the Synodal Commission. That was a lapse on the part of the speaker. That's a comment from the interpreters. Until the 6th of January, the individuals proposed could give a feedback whether or not they would be willing to run for election, and to accept the election if they were elected. You received the information on the candidates, and those people who had been proposed, who received more than 12 supports, are standing for election. Here you see a list with 62 names. But if you have a look at 17, this candidacy was withdrawn. We didn't change the numbers, because we are sure that you wrote down the numbers to prepare it. So we left everything as it was with the same numbers per name. You've got 20 votes. If you vote 17, your vote will be lost. I'm not going to give any recommendation, but if you'd vote for 31, please click 3-1, press 3-1, and press on yes. This is like when you put your voting slip in the ballot box. That's the same thing. So you enter a number, you press on OK. Okay, you press on OK, you enter the digits, you press on OK, and the device counts. As soon as we start the voting process, you'll see a small 1. It means that you need to cast your first votes. That doesn't mean that we're going to vote on Tobias Aldinger, but you need to cast your first vote. After you cast your vote, you will see number 2. So this is the number of votes cast. It doesn't refer to the numbers of the candidates. You can do as you please, but be aware before which 20 votes you want to cast. Be clear about that, and then we will have the result soon. Let me just remind you that if there is a tie vote for 18, 19, and 20, we will vote separately just on these 2 seats. There is a motion. This is just a limited point of order. Will it be possible after the election to speak about the Synodal Commission in general? If not, I have a very important idea before the elections that might be important also for the proceeding of the Synodal Commission. It has not been planned for because our agenda is so packed that we didn't want to discuss the Synodal Commission again at length. So then I'd like to share an idea with this Synodal Assembly. It's not a secret when I say this is difficult because we can't have an electoral campaign here. Okay, my question is, what happens to texts that pass the first reading or still need to be discussed? I recommend the Synodal Assembly and to the Synodal Commission to make use of the lawyers of the synodal forums for the texts, to consult with them so that to be consistent in the treatment of the texts. The Synodal Commission can only work in that matter. We cannot engage in fundamental discussions because that will be a discussion on candidates. The chairpersons of the forums will be part of the Synodal Commission. Because of the ZDK and the Bishops' Conference, they are part of the Synodal Commission automatically, but we cannot engage in strategic considerations at this point. And I think that in many cases this has happened before, at least I'm aware of this happening. The device counts to 20. So no matter what you do, you will not be able to cast more than 20 votes. But if you want to cast a lower number of votes, that's possible. So you can cast less than 20 if you wish to do so. Are there more questions on the process? You don't have to follow the numbers on the list. You can also go back and forth and jump, so to speak, between the numbers. Have you tried it out already? Can you give 2 votes to one person? No, only one. If you enter the digits twice, the second number will not count. It just doesn't work. This is blocked. So you cannot do it wrong, but you cannot give 2 votes to your favorite candidate, for instance. That doesn't work. A technical question. Regarding 1 to 9, do we have to enter 0, 1 first? So the 0, do we have to enter it? You don't have to. You can do it, but you don't need to. Enter 2 digits starting with 0 for the numbers from 1 to 9. If there are no further questions, we're going to open the election. And once the vote is cast, it's cast. It's put into the ballot box, so to speak, when you press. Okay, so go ahead. There was another question that I received via WhatsApp. There is no minimum of votes. You can also just cast 1 vote.
Wenn Sie 20 Stimmen abgegeben haben,
If you've entered 20 votes, you will see OK at the end. This is a confirmation that you're done.
nach 12 Stimmen aufhören, hören Sie einfach auf.
And if you want to stop after casting 12 votes, you just stop.
Es wird wieder lauter im Raum.
Well, it's getting more noisy. May I assume that you have finished?
Ich bitte einfach mal mehr Konzentration. Entschuldigung.
Could you please focus?
Ich höre noch mal in die Runde rein. Sind Sie fertig mit den
Well,
Wahlen?
are you done
Gibt es jemanden,
with your elections? Is there someone who still needs time?
ja, war das
Yes? Was that a yes, that you still need some time? Okay.
So, jetzt gucke ich noch mal in die Runde.
Okay, I'm looking around. Could you please wave ferociously if you haven't cast all your votes? It seems that somebody hasn't finished yet. Over here.
Was war der?
So, jetzt. Ich schaue jetzt in die Runde. Wir schließen.
I am looking around and we're going to close
Gibt es Proteste
the
dagegen, wenn wir das Wahlverfahren jetzt
election process in a moment. Is there anyone protesting? Otherwise, I would like to close the vote for this first round of
das Verfahren?
voting. We are now closing the election process and we're going to wait for the result.
So, soll ich sie einmal vorlesen? Ich glaube,
Okay, should I read them out? I'm going to start. Professor Charlotte Kräuter-Kirchhoff, Father Michael Behrensen, Sister Katharina Klutmann, Auxiliary Bishop Ludger Schäfers, Professor Dr. Matthias Sellmann, Dr. Thomas Arnold, Dr. Kreitler-Kos, Professor Althaus, Prelate Houston, Professor Margit Eckholt, Mara Klein, Dr. Bishop Lisa Holzer. I can't read it on the screen. The speaker says, could we, oh, we have a mouse, we can scroll ourselves. No, I don't have one. We can't do anything here.
wird noch mal spannend jetzt.
That is very exciting.
Geht das?
There are 7 on the list that I can't read from here. Now we've got it. Father Werner Otto, Finja Miriam Weber. These are the next persons on the list we can identify.
Pfarrer Leineweber,
Father Leineweber.
hat jemand? Und
Professor Thomas Schüller.
12, 14, 16, 17, 3 fehlen uns noch.
17. 3 more are missing. We need 3 more names. This is number 17 down here.
Nochmal die Bitte an die Technik, dass wir noch die nächsten 3 Namen.
I'd like to ask the technicians to show us the 3 names that are still missing because we can't see them. I can't visualize it. One of the technicians says we can only display 17. After Mr. Schüller, let me check. Just a second. I can give you the names. We have them, the names here. Just a second. Where are we?
suche selber, kleinen Augenblick.
Just a second.
Was haben wir denn da? 59, da sind wir. Klar. So, der nächste
Here we are.
hinter
The next one is Uttenreuter, Father Prestov, with 59. Lukas Nusser, 58 votes.
Und jetzt müsste ich selber
And I would now have to count. Have we had 19? One is missing. One person is missing. So we have a runoff for number 20, 21, and 22. Sister Maria Elisabeth Bücker, Father Simon, and Hacker, and Daniela Orlowski. They have the same number of votes. We're going to prepare a runoff ballot for these three candidates, and we're going to get back to you once we are ready. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. So congratulations to those who have been elected successfully.
Und nein, das große Dank.
Well, for now, we're going to tell you how we're going to continue, what we're going to do afterwards.
Dem noch ausstehenden Handlungstext.
We know that many members would like to discuss the pending implementation text, would have liked to see it discussed and decided upon. Unfortunately, our agenda doesn't permit for us to do that anymore. But this text, as well as the other texts, but this also goes for the text we can't decide upon today, it will be taken up by the Synodal Commission, and we will deal with the questions and the text.
Es geht natürlich den Text. Ich glaube, ich habe den Titel noch gar nicht gesagt.
I didn't mention the title. We're talking about women in sacramental ministry and the perspectives for the Universal Church Dialogue. This is the text I was referring to, and it will not be discussed here anymore, but will be dealt with by the Synodal Commission.
Eine Wortmeldung. Wir haben die Zeit, das machen wir jetzt hier.
So there's a request for the floor. Well, we were afraid that the text wouldn't be called today, but on behalf of the many women, I would really like to express how disappointed we are and how much we regret that the text, Women in Sacramental Ministry, will not be dealt with today. This is really deplorable. This is really a pity. And I know that many who are watching us will be extremely disappointed. And I would like to know what will be the instructions for this text. When will the text be discussed? When will it be on the agenda of the Synodal Commission? Will a decision be made? When? There are many question marks for me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There is another request for the floor by Wolfgang Klose. I would like to subscribe to that on behalf of all the men. And there is a point of order by Christiane Boten. This is according to section 5, subsection 3, letter A, changing the agenda. We have a lot of time reserved for the spiritual moment. It's not that I want to be against a spiritual moment and a reflection, but I think that it's worthwhile reducing the time reserved for the spiritual moment to discuss this topic.
Das ist ein Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung.
This is a point of order. There is an opposition, a formal opposition to that. Well, I think that it's very important. I very regret that the text cannot be discussed here. But I also think that we invest time for the spiritual reflection. What does the Synodal Path mean? We shouldn't do that in just a few seconds and then leave it to the Bishops' Conference. That would not be good.
So, jetzt haben wir einen Antrag. Wir müssen noch mal klar sagen dazu, da die
So there is a point of order, as the agenda is in the responsibility of the Synodal Committee. What we need to do is to identify the general opinion, and we will act accordingly as the Synodal Committee. So who wants to follow Christiane Boten's motion to reserve less time for the spiritual reflection on the Synodal Path, and instead of that deal with the implementation text, Women in Sacramental Ministry? Please vote yes. And if you are against that and prefer having the spiritual reflection on the Synodal Path, if that is what you would rather do, vote 2, so no, or abstain. Can we also hear a voice of our spiritual companions? Well, this is not just in the rules of procedure, but as we are not talking about the statutes now, and we have
Der Begriff geistliche Reflexion.
Now, spiritual reflection is actually a term that is can be misunderstood. We wanted to have a good final closing where we talk to each other, where we can have the time to look back to the past few years, where we can talk to each other, and where you have the chance to give some feedback. In spite of all the appreciation, we wanted to have something that's a little more communicative. We don't just want to pass around a sheet of paper asking for your feedback and your evaluation, and that is why, together with the management, Maria Boxberg and Katharina Norpold, Michael Berenson, and myself, we try to come up with questions, and that is why it is important to us to uphold that. Spiritual reflection might be a little misunderstandable because it's about a feedback in a communicative manner. There's another point of order, but let us vote on the first one that we already have. We have already voted. We have already voted? We did?
Okay. Ja, das ist gut. So, das fand ich jetzt ehrlich gesagt.
So, honestly, from my point of view, I thought that this was a bit difficult, that the voting was already ongoing. I would stop it, reset, and re-vote, basically. So please cast your votes anew, should you have done that already.
So. So, bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab. Wir machen sie.
Please cast your votes now. We're going to close the voting process in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're now looking at the final result.
Also, es ist ein Stimmungsbild, das.
So, this is you voting against a modification of the agenda. I'm going to look at the Presidential Committee. Okay, we're going to stay with what we have. Okay, all right. Let me look around. There is another point of order. We still have a run of ballot that we need to do, and then we'll do that. I'd like for us to pass the preamble without discussion, and then the preamble text without discussion, and then discuss the text on women and sacramental ministry. I would like to propose something similar. I'm not sure if we can do the preamble text without discussion, but I would actually recommend a substitution. Do the implementation text here, and the preamble text gets passed on to the Commission. Yes, yes, very well. So we would consent to that. The Presidential Committee can change the agenda. So what is the committee suggesting? No, we're not changing this. We can very well imagine that if the Assembly wants to just briefly call up the preamble text, we say a few words on that, and then we go to the voting right away, and then we save some time for the matter at hand. We would be in favor of that. There was no opposition to my motion. Yes, so having said that, I'd now like to suggest the following. We're going to end the discussion to improve our time management and proceed to the runoff ballot. We have 3 candidates that need to be voted on. So the runoff vote will include Sister Maria Elisabeth Bücker, secondly, Father Simon Hacker, and thirdly, Daniela Orzowski. So those are the 3 candidates. So again, just as a recap, you now choose 1, 2, or 3. Very simple. If you want Sister Maria, you choose 1, Father Simon 2, and Daniela Orzowski is 3. And you only have 1 vote to cast. And the person with the most votes is the one who's going to join the Synodal Commission.
Die Wahl ist geöffnet, wenn ich das jetzt noch mal
And
sage.
just in case you haven't realized that, we have opened the voting process just now.
Ich sehe jetzt nicht, wie viele Stimmen abgegeben wurden.
Well, I cannot see how many votes have been cast, which is why I'd like to ask all of you. Oh, right. Now we have it. 188.
Geben Sie Ihre Stimme bitte.
Please cast your votes now.
Wir schließen in 3.
And we're going to close on 3, 2, 1. So the voting has been closed, and we'll wait for the result.
So, da haben wir ein knappes Ergebnis.
So this is another runoff. Sister Maria Elisabeth received 81 votes, Ms. Orzowski 80, and Father Simon 30. So, as close as it may be, Sister Maria Elisabeth Bücker will join the Synodal Commission. Congratulations. Again, thank you to all of you for being so disciplined in casting your votes. We had exactly 30 minutes allotted, and we have 1 minute left. So I have time to thank you wholeheartedly for that. We were concerned beforehand whether we'd be able to vote 20 members to a commission within half an hour. It has worked out. We are now going to say goodbye to you as your moderators and wish you another successful few hours here at the Synodal Assembly. Thank you very much.
Ja, und es geht direkt weiter, damit wir nicht wirklich viel Zeit verlieren.
Okay, and in order not to lose any time, we are going to continue right away. It's very important to listen to our observers, to our international guests. This is part of what we do here at the Synodal Path, and that is why we are now going to listen to some individuals. We'll take 30 minutes. We'll have 3 of these statements from the part of our international observers. So we have 10 minutes per person basically allotted, and we'd be happy if you stayed within the 10 minutes, if I may say it that way. And also, first of all, I'd like Bishop Shane McKinley to come to the front. Thank you very much for coming, and also we're looking forward to your statement. Well, thank you for the generous invitation to participate in this final gathering of the Synodal Path, which is a very important event for the Church both here in Germany and internationally. In Australia, there was a lot of interest in the Synodal Path, especially because so many of the issues that you raised are also very present in the Austrian Plenary Council that began in 2018 and ended last year. So that was our Synodal Path. In many ways, the Plenary Council was more like a synod than a council, with few elements and the final decisions really having a decision-making nature. Some of the processes and many of the agenda items were also found on the agendas of your Synodal Path, although there are quite a few significant differences. Our process began with a broad survey of 220,000 people who responded to the question, what do you think God expects of us in Australia today? This led to the issuing of papers for the discussion and feedback across the country, an instrumentum laboris, and then to 2 week-long assemblies, between which consultations took place on the first drafts that eventually led to 8 documents presented to the final assembly. Each of these papers sought to identify ways in which the Church in Australia could become more Christ-centered and missional. This resulted in the 8 resolutions dealing with the following issues: reconciliation with Aboriginal people, healing the wounds caused by sexual abuse, missional discipleship of Christ, witness to the equal status of women and men, spirituality and liturgy, formation for ministry, synodal models for leadership, and integral ecology. In all stages of the process, we ensured that drafts, discussions, and decisions were guided by spiritual decision-making and spiritual conversations. During the 2 assemblies, at least half of each day was spent in spiritual conversations in discussion groups of about 10 people, consisting of a mixture of bishops, priests, religious people, and laity. There were 280 members, of whom about 60% were mandated by canon law, and the remaining members were proposed by parishes, dioceses, and other ecclesial groups. As with your 4th assembly, there was a critical moment in ours as well. In our case, it was the original version of the resolution on the equal status of women and men that fell 4 votes short of the required unqualified 2/3 majority of bishops, with 10 voting yes with reservation and 8 voting no. This led to a break in the agenda to allow all members to present their concerns from different perspectives. And finally, a rewriting that was overwhelmingly approved. The positive resolution was only possible because all members recognized that it was critical to address this issue, and because they clearly committed to working together to produce a better worded, carefully balanced document. Members showed great responsiveness by continuing the dialogue, despite the grief and pain many had felt after the failed vote. They shared their responses more intensely and listened with greater mindfulness and openness when it came to views other than their own. This attitude carried over into the discussion of the remaining documents, which were greatly improved as a result. I believe it is also an important reason for the largely positive reception of the decisions by people throughout the Church in Australia, who recognized them as the result of the long process of consultation, preparation, and decision-making. Our task now is to begin to implement the resolutions, both nationally and locally, in parishes, in dioceses, and other Catholic institutions. Beyond the content of the resolutions, I believe that the most significant impact of the Plenary Council on the Church in Australia will be the positive and transformative experience of decision-making, spiritual decision-making, and synodality, which has now clearly proven to be the way to have discussions and find common decisions in all our activities. Many in Australia hope that the model of our synodal path, of your synodal path, will help us to do this. Just as for us in Australia, the conclusion of your synodal path today does not mean that you have arrived at your final destination, the final goal to reach. Nevertheless, you are at the end of an important stage that is being followed with great interest in Australia and in other parts of the world. Your experiences and the many decisions you have made must be followed up from here with courage and humility. I am sure that at least some of them will be significant in the Synod of Bishops for a Synodal Church that is currently taking place. I am privileged to be one of the Australian representatives at this Synod and look forward to the first General Assembly of the Synod of Bishops in October, being enriched by the special contribution that the Church in Germany offers as a gift to the Universal Church. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank. Ganz herzlichen Dank, Bischof Shane. Und auch
Thank you, Bishop Shane, and also thank you very much for the great effort that you have made in coming all the way over here. It is wonderful to be so close to other parts of the world and other parts of the Universal Church, therefore. And now we're looking forward to additional, we're looking forward to two additional pieces of feedback. So we have Father Peter Matthew, who's now going to speak to us. We welcome you, and we are looking forward to hearing your words of feedback. So, Asubuhi, good morning, and greetings from Tanzania. I'd like to thank all of you for the invitation to attend the Synodal Assembly here in Germany. Pope Francis's call for a synod by the Catholic Church on the theme of communion, participation, and mission was well received in Tanzania. On the 10 topics suggested, all 34 dioceses held synod meetings at different levels of the church. We had small grassroots community meetings. We had meetings at the level of the parishes. We had congregations having meetings. We had meetings on the diocesan level and on the national level as well. Let me just give you a brief summary of the results of the Tanzanian Synod. The church in Tanzania walks together as brothers and sisters in Christ with other Christian denominations, believers of other religions, and civil society. The church in Tanzania is well organized through small Christian communities at the grassroots level and parish councils at the community level, and through various bodies at the diocesan and national levels. Through these forums, the church is open up to listen to others. This gives them an opportunity to express their views for the betterment of the church. The identified gaps or challenges on this synodal path in Tanzania is the result of that process. Some people were left behind on this synodal path. For instance, inactive Catholics, remarried, divorced, single moms, and people who turned their backs to the church. So sometimes we also have prejudices coming into place and spiritual misbelief. In some cases, due to the culture, the church is based not on what the young people and women need, and they also have fewer possibilities to speak up. Usually, we have lay leaders that get involved with the clergy in the deciding matters of the church. There is a dichotomy between the liturgical celebration and the specific life situation due to a lack of devotion to one's faith. Liturgical celebration sometimes seems to be more of a social affair than a faith-based life experience. In some cases, the sharing of responsibilities does not happen because of clericalism and gender bias, inadequate faith formation, and ignorance on the part of the faithful. In some parishes, there is mismanagement of church finances and property. Shared opportunities are not always utilized, as the church tends to be hierarchical and the laity do not know their role. The recommendations from the synodal process in Tanzania are as follows. Deepen the formation of faith through catechesis to prevent superstitious beliefs, syncretism, and misguided traditional habits. The church should create a conducive atmosphere to listen to all in order to overcome cultural barriers. More detailed catechesis on the dignity and equality of the people should be taught. And couples should be encouraged to receive the sacrament of marriage. Since Tanzania is a multicultural society with religious diversity, dialogue must be encouraged at all levels of the church. Greater participation in leadership is needed at all levels of the church. Church leaders should assume more the role of servants. they should have more humility to listen and work with the laity as a team. Continuous education for the clergy as well as laity would be beneficial to improve the synodal path in the Church. So the German Synodal Path and the Church in Tanzania. There is a long-standing collaboration between those two countries as part of the pioneering missionary work of the Benedictines. We thank the German Church for its support of missionary activities in Tanzania and throughout Africa. So there were a lot of issues that are jointly addressed by both churches. Both place great emphasis on catechesis and faith formation, and both also would like to have more laity being involved and also the reinforcement of the role of women in the Church. However, women's ordination did not come up in our discussions in Tanzania. Another thorny issue is same-sex relationships. African society rejects same-sex relationships, and the Church does not approve of blessing such relationships. That holds true for both Africa and Tanzania in particular. The Synodal Path is a blessing. We should thank Pope Francis for making this Synodal Path possible for the whole Church. The Synodal Path should promote communion in the Church, collectively discern matters that affect the Church, and witness to Christ through our way of life. Through synodal discussions all over the world, various ideas and perspectives for a contemporary Church have been proposed throughout the world. These are intended to help make possible a vibrant Church, to deepen our faith, and to bear witness to Christ. I wish for all of us to have more patience, understanding, and humility in this synodal process, so that together we may promote unity and harmony in the local and universal Church. Vive Jesus! Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father Matthew. Thank you very much for your words of greeting, for your message. Thank you very much for being with us, for coming from that far. Please take our greetings back to Tanzania. It's beautiful that we have embarked on that path together. From Australia via Africa, we are going to South America. We are very pleased that Professor Sister Birgit Weiler is with us to extend her words of greeting. Dear members of the Synodal Assembly, dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for the invitation to participate in this Synodal Assembly as a member of the Church of Latin America and the Caribbean, and at the same time in solidarity with the Church in my home country, which is Germany. The President of the Latin American Episcopal Council, CELAM, Archbishop Miguel Cabrejos, has asked me to convey his warm greetings to you and to express his gratitude for the invitation to participate in the Fifth Synodal Assembly. He would have liked to be here today himself, but in Peru's politically and socially difficult situation, and in his capacity as the president of the Peruvian Bishops' Conference, he sees it as his responsibility to be present and not to travel far. Your invitation to me to address the Synodal Assembly from the perspective of the Church of Latin America is a sign that you understand your work on the Synodal Path in context and in solidarity with the Universal Church. I come to you from a context and would like to thank you, the members, for your willingness to invest your time, commitment, and experience for these and work towards reforms in the church, and to do that together with other local churches of other parts from the world. I come to you from a cultural, social, and church context that differs in many aspects from the context of Western Europe and Germany in particular. At the same time, there are commonalities. In the synodal assemblies of the Church in Germany, as well as in the Amazonian Synod in 2019, in which I was able to participate, and in the further synodal processes of the Latin American Church, a clear awareness has developed that synodality requires recognizing the diversity of contexts and accepting the challenge of shaping unity in diversity. Within this context of the Church in Germany and in Latin America, there are central findings that are common to both churches. I can only mention a few. And there is the finding in both churches that there is a need for reformation in both churches in order to give witness of the gospel. La escucha, listening to the word of God and listening to each other, are essential elements of the synodal process in Latin America and the Caribbean. Before the Amazonian Synod in 2019, 80,000 participated in this process of listening to each other. It was deemed to be important to listen to those people who are at the periphery of our societies. And this message was continued also in the process of listening before the first church assembly of Latin America and the Caribbean in 2021, and also in the process of listening in the context of the consultation and the preparation to the World Synod. Listening to each other also requires certain action. And in that, we learned that listening to each other authentically when discerning the spirits needs a joint attitude to critical thinking and to be able to change course. To many of us, it became very apparent that listening alone is not enough, but that we also need we need effective measures in the church that help us to be transparent and deal with each other with mutual respect, fairly and at eye level. It's also our experience that as the Amazon Synod already stated, that it takes evangelical courage to break new ground and create synodal spaces for participation and sharing and co-responsibility for all the baptized, men and women, in the Church. Since synodality is a constitutive dimension of the Church, as a consequence, as the Amazon Synod pointed out, we can only be Church, and I quote, if we take care that the whole people of God can effectively exercise the sensus fidei. End of quote. One essential aim of the renewal and restructuring of Thelam is to enable a living synodal practice of the whole people of God. The creation of an Amazonian conference of churches, Theama, which is the first one of its kind in the world, is another significant step towards a stronger synodal practice. The Presidium of Theama, according to its bylaws, is a collegial body designed to lead the church conference in a synodal spirit. Therefore, in addition to the president, who is always a bishop, the Presidium includes 4 vice presidents, each representing religious women and men, priests, lay women and men, and indigenous people in Amazonia. All are actively involved in decision-making and decision developing. The mode of operation is usually a spiritual process of discernment of spirits, seeking to work together toward consensus. In numerous posts contributions in the context of listening to one another, clericalism was cited as a strong obstacle to a synodal church. Many comments note that clericalism is closely associated with an abuse of power, as happened already on the Synodal Path in Germany. Many share Pope Francis' observation that clericalism is one of the strongest deformations and enactments of the Catholic Church in Latin America and therefore urgently needs to be overcome. The call for comprehensive reforms in the Church to achieve just participation and sharing for women in the Church was expressed in many contributions in the various processes of listening to one another on the occasion of the First Ecclesial Assembly and in the synodal consultations in preparation for the World Synod. Not only on the part of many women, but also men, including bishops and priests. The vast majority of active members in the Church of Latin America and the Caribbean are women. In many places in the region, the Church is present and alive only thanks to their strong commitment. Many congregations are led by women. This is especially true in Amazonia. It is significant that despite the high number of women involved in the Church, there are still relatively few of them in church leadership positions. With regard to this problem, there are encouraging signs of a positive change in the situation described in various local churches in Latin America and the Caribbean. At the level of CELAM, the Latin American Episcopal Council, the restructuring has significantly increased the number of women involved in leadership in various capacities, as well as the number of women in the group of theologians of CELAM. I've already mentioned the presence of women in the presidency of the Amazonian Conference of Churches and thus the participation of women in leadership. In several interventions in different moments of listening to one another, it was asked that the issue of ministries and offices for women in the Church, including the diaconate of women as an independent ordained ministry, be boldly advanced. In this regard, it's important to note that in the entire consultation process leading up to the Amazon Synod, in which about one-third were in favor of ordaining women as deacons, including several bishops. This is because most of the ministries mentioned in the decree of the Second Vatican on the missionary activity of the Church at Gentis regarding deacons already carried out in Amazonia by many non-ordained women. In their person, Christ is present in service to people, especially the most vulnerable, so that they may have life and have it abundantly. Ordaining them as deacons, this sacramental service of the women in question would be recognized by the Church. Similarly, the cases of abuse in the Church of Latin America were addressed in the synodal processes. Many called for the Church in Latin America to stop hiding and covering up cases of abuse, but to recognize that this serious problem exists and to ensure transparency, justice, and reparation, as well as effective prevention. It is a sign of hope that in several local churches and processes for prevention and for transparent procedures in reporting abuse, as well as measures for reparation and for standing up for justice for those affected, have already been set in motion. There's also the first groundbreaking research in the Latin American context on mindsets, structures, power asymmetries, and cultural practices that foster abuse. These are first steps on what is still a long road, and there are studies by the Latin American congregation CLAU on women who suffered abuse in the Church. It's a long step on what is still a long road. For many involved with the issue of abuse in Latin America, the seriousness with which the Church in Germany is addressing this reality and the issues it raises is an important reference. At the same time, and without in any way wishing to diminish the severity and drama of the abuse issue, I'd like to see the following: that when looking at reality in the Universal Church perspective, it may be even more possible than before to also take into account the other abuses of power and the associated violent actions against entire population groups, such as indigenous communities in the case of Latin America, as well as the violent actions against the earth. In view of the climate crisis and the climate emergency, it is important to listen to the cry of the earth, as the Amazonian Synod has already said, and listen to the cry of the poor, and to respond to them together in solidarity, in the awareness that the causes of the threatening situation in Amazonia are, among other things, a consequence of lifestyles, consumer behavior, and economic practices in Germany and other parts of Western Europe. The solidarity required here is also an important dimension of synodality, in my opinion. I'd like to thank you for your attention. Sister Birgit, thank you very much for the way in which and what you shared with us. Your experiences, the paths the Church in Latin America is going down, the attempts to make synodality be a permanent undertaking, and how this can be done in a good way. Thank you very much, and take our greetings home from Frankfurt. And with that, I'd like to thank all the speakers who shared their word of greetings, and we're going to continue with the next item on the agenda. That is the second reading of the Preamble of the Synodal Path of the Catholic Church in Germany. This is item 2.1, and I'd like to ask Ms. Irmstetter-Karp and Bishop Georg Betzing. Synod members, as the Synodal Committee, we submit this text, which in the process of the Synodal Path was already presented for a first reading early in the process. The suggestions and hints given by the Synod members at that time were carefully examined by a small editorial group on behalf of the Synodal Committee and implemented in the text as far as possible. At this point, the Synodal Committee would like to express its sincere thanks to those involved in the preparation, editing, and processing of the proposal, and I would like to give their names. Professor Dr. Erwin Dirschall, Dr. Michael Feil, Professor Dr. Angela Kaup, Sister Dr. Katharina Klutmann, Viola Kohlberger, Professor Dr. Andreas Lob-Hüdepohl, and Auxiliary Bishop Jörg Michael Peters, Dr. Frank Ronge, Professor Dr. Thomas Söding, and Brigitte Vielhaus. Thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. As the Synodal Committee, we critically counterread this text and approved it with our amendments for a second reading, which we're going to do now on the occasion of the Fifth Synodal Assembly. This long processing period has been long, but this is due to this special weight of this text on the synodal path. Two aspects are important. On the one hand, we submitted it so early so that the preamble allows us to, during our debates and reflections and editorial work, to be a signpost for the synodal path. But at the same time, this text would be a work in progress, which was very clear to us. This means that the text was changing along with our experiences. And now it is basically the keystone and should be the basis for foundational texts, implementation texts of the synodal path that we have been discussing and will be discussed and have adopted. This is how we see this preamble, and this is why we submit it for resolution, for adoption at the end of our process, because it provides us with a kind of hinge, a connection, a link. And we recommend the adoption with the corresponding amendments. You also see on the right-hand side of the document in the synopsis, as I said, for your adoption. It was particularly with regard to the title that there were repeated discussions and considerations. And now, the Motions Committee proposes the following title, which the Synodal Committee is happy to endorse. Listen, learn, go new paths. The Synodal Path of the Catholic Church in Germany. The text itself, written in the we perspective of the participants of the Synodal Path, proclaims the occasion, the background of experience and faith, and the target visions of the Synodal Path in Germany. Under the heading, where we stand in the midst of crisis, in the midst of the world, in the midst of the Church, the crisis-ridden problem of sexual violence and its cover-up in the Church is examined. The section where we come from, with our experiences, with our disappointments, with our hope, refers to the experiential background of the Synod members, from which a further dynamic development for the Church and its relationship to the world is necessary. The part of the text entitled Where We Want to Go, to people's lives, to the places of faith, to the breaking points of society, focuses on the vision of a church that is close to people and thus able to give space to the gospel. You, as the Synodal Assembly, decided that we will not have a general debate on the matter. So instead, we would invite you right away so that we can have some time to discuss the other text on women in sacramental ministry. So we submit this text for adoption according to the rules of procedure, according to paragraph 5, section 3, letter B, concluding the deliberations and immediate vote. And we hope that the Motions Committee understands that we act that way for the sake of this assembly. And yesterday, I was quite strict regarding the bishops in a certain moment, and now I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you for our proceedings this morning, and I agree to Sister Katharina Kleutmann. I'm very grateful. So we're going to have the point of order regarding an immediate voting. I don't see any opposition to that, and so we don't have to have a vote on this point of order. And we can now proceed to the vote. No, there is a motion for a secret ballot with seven names. And before we take our final vote, we are going to vote on this motion on a secret vote.
Wir bitten die Technik für diese Abstimmung.
Thank you to the technicians for preparing the voting process accordingly. This is the motion for a secret ballot, and we have thus opened the voting process.
Bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab.
Please cast your vote.
Und dann schließen wir die Abstimmung.
And then we're going to close the voting in 3, 2, 1, and we have just closed the voting process.
Dem Antrag wurde mit 66 Ja-Stimmen
66 nay vote, 66% of nay votes, 38.15% of yay votes. So no secret ballot, and we now have a point of order. I'd like to bring forward the motion for a recorded vote. Any opposition to this? There is an opposition over there. So let us vote on the point of order to have a recorded vote. Please do so once we have opened the voting.
So, es sind 109.
Okay, we have 190 votes cast. I'm now closing the voting process in 5 seconds
Warte auf das Ergebnis.
and wait for the result now.
Das sind 123 Ja-Stimmen.
123 votes in favor, 55 nay votes. So we therefore have voted in favor of a recorded vote on this point of order. And we'll now have a recorded vote on the preamble text, the Synodal Path of the Catholic Church in Germany.
Die erste Abstimmung bezieht sich auf die Vorschläge der Antragskommission.
Now, the first motion relates to the adoption of the subsequent motions, which is recommended by the Motions Committee. So please vote yes if you'd like to follow the Motions Committee. And its recommendation. Otherwise, 2 for no and 3 for abstention.
Bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab, sofern Sie das.
Please cast your vote now, if you haven't done so already, but I see some votes being cast still. Still we're going in 3, 2, 1, and now we have closed the voting.
Und das Ergebnis zu 100%.
And the result is 173 votes in favor, 100% that is, for Category 1 motions, no nay votes and 13 abstentions.
Wir gehen in die Änderungsanträge der
So let us proceed to motions for amendment of Category 2, for which the Motions Committee recommends that we reject these motions. And again, if you agree with the rejection, you vote yes, otherwise no, or you abstain from voting.
Bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab.
So please cast your votes now.
Wir schließen die Abstimmung.
We're now going to close the voting process in 3, 2, 1, and we have thus closed the voting.
164 Ja-Stimmen,
164 votes in favor, which corresponds to 97.62%, 2.38% against, which corresponds to 4 votes. And Category 3 motions, adoption in modified form, and this refers to the listed motions for amendment. Please vote on this motion or set of motions.
Bitte stimmen Sie ab.
So please cast your votes. I'm going to close the voting in 5 seconds,
Das ist jetzt.
which is now.
Wir haben 167 Ja-Stimmen.
We have 160 votes in favor, 1 vote against, and 13 abstentions. So we are following again the recommendation by the Motions Committee.
gut. Und dann
Okay, let us proceed.
die Übersicht habe. Genau, sind wir jetzt.
So if I remember correctly, we don't have any Category 4 motions. This is now the final vote on the text as a whole for the preamble. And we're now opening the voting on this text.
Bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab.
Please cast your votes now. We'll see if we have any additional votes being cast, but not a whole lot more. So let us close the voting now in 3, 2, 1, closed.
Und wir haben das Ergebnis vorliegen.
And this is the result. The preamble text. The preamble text of the Synodal Path has been adopted with 177 votes in favor, which corresponds to 97.25%, 5 votes against, which corresponds to 2.75%, and 10 abstentions. Okay, and let's look at the split up. We'll look at how the bishops voted: 42 in favor, 91%, 4 nay votes, 8.7%, 8 abstentions. So this also corresponds to the required 2/3 majority, and the preamble text has therefore been adopted. We're now going on in the agenda as we decided upon previously. So let us continue with Women in Sacramental Ministry Perspectives for the Universal Church Dialogue, and I'd like to ask Professor Dorothea Sattler to please join us. Well, dear members of the Synod, I am the chairman of the forum, and I'd like to thank you for giving us the chance to discuss this text. We hope that this is going to be an important signal also for the Universal Church as a whole. I'd also like to say that in Antragsgrün, many individuals have submitted their feedback, and Margaret Eckholt and Finja Weber will take the floor after myself. I'd just like to say something up front in that there have been synodal consultations in the forum, and this happened obviously ahead of the Synodal Assembly, and this also includes our member, Bishop Gerber, who's going to bring forward a motion for amendment on this text. We also consulted on a lot of the content, and we'd like to also ask you to vote in favor of what Bishop Gerber will bring forward. This, at least, is the opinion of the majority of the forum members, to the extent that I was able to ascertain that. From a content perspective, this means that there is a clear vote in favor of the deaconate of women, and also in favor of the Bishops' Conference also being willing to contribute that to the Universal Church, and then also in the sense of the foundational text, the theological level that's to be taken into account, and then also to include women in the ministries that are part of the pastoral work. So this theological aspect, to make sure that along the lines of the foundational text, we have advocates in favor of women's ministry. So these advocates basically send out a promise, and thus also ask to continue to work on these matters. So we are asking for your consent, and if should that not be possible, then at least abstain from voting. Thank you very much. And we now hear from the Motions Committee, Finja Weber and Professor Eckholt. Again? Well, I was about to say good morning, but I could also say good day, almost. I already said the most important things yesterday. We, as a forum, decided to do one motions committee for the two texts only, so we had the same individuals, we had the same meeting dates, basically. And what we need to say is that we had 24 comments on the text and 62 motions for amendment. And this was for the first phase. Then we consulted on the text, and then had this idea that the text should have the opportunity to be adopted by the Assembly, but that the intention of the forum is not to be disregarded after all the issues that have been brought to the table. We also had some more comprehensive motions and some small editorial ones, and the most important question was always, why do we talk about the diaconate and the sacramental offices in one text? We only were able to submit one text and not, as originally envisaged, 3 texts. But we already said something about that. So there was now a motion for amendment by Bishop Gerber, which we did not consult on extensively, but in the forum, the text of the motion was consulted, and we would be in favor of this motion be adopted. Of this motion being adopted. Well, dear members of the Synod, I'd like to just briefly talk about these motions from a content-related perspective, a pastoral perspective. So of the total motions we adopted, 20 had 13 rejections. We modified quite a few, 27, and proposed those for adoption. And it's a very good pastoral and theological debate that has happened. So I'd like to thank you for that on behalf of the Motions Committee. So thank you to all those who contributed so constructively. And with a view to Category 3, the Commission is asking to consent to the proposals of the Commission. They have grown as part of a very differentiated process of consultation, and they're guided by this principle that is laid down in the foundational text already. And in the consultations, basically, what happened is that we phrased modifications, and we also included a lot of concerns that were stated, and we tried to also bring divergent positions together in a certain way. And this is due to the complexity of the issue at hand. And I will point this out in 3 areas and explicitly mention our proposals. So modification 3, for modifications, category 3, Ms. Schumacher-Guruman proposed a motion for amendment which makes the perspective of gender justice in this text clear. It's also laid down in the foundational text, but it's been picked up on in this text, or Ms. Legoda's motion that also refers to the Orthodox perspective with regard to the diaconate of women, and this has been included as well. It's our proposal, at least. There are 3 points which are central to the theological and pastoral considerations. First point, the most far-reaching motion for amendment that was submitted relates to only one vote on the diaconate of women. I'd just like to say that even these submitted amendments correspond to the debates that took place in Forum 3. So 3 texts drafted by the Forum and that were already adopted in the first reading by the Synodal Assembly had to be merged on universal church debates, on the diaconate of women, and on the opening of the sacramental ministry. Bishop Dieser noted that the implementation text is therefore strategically overloaded and made a motion to focus the text on a vote on the diaconate of women in view of the deliberations and decisions in the Forum, and I'm saying this in view of the motion brought forward by Bishop Gerber. The Motions Committee does subscribe to what it says in the foundational text, but as a commission, we also tried to discuss the opinion brought forward by Bishop Dieser and other auxiliary bishops as well, and we tried to pick up on those. And I'd like to also say this reference to the foundational text and the indication, the necessity of examining the binding nature of the magisterial statement in Ordatio Sacerdotales by the magisterium. So that is that notion, and that is why the modified text states or takes motions for amendment into account, and they also other individuals also proposed modifications, and I'd like to quote that the pastoral considerations and theological research from the context of the local German church will be brought into the discourse of the universal church at all levels of international deliberation. The theological arguments on the admission of women to the sacramental ministry are to be taken up in the World Church Synodal process initiated by Pope Francis and discussed in intercontinental perspectives. In this process, the magisterium has the task to examine the binding nature of the magisterial statement in Ordinatio Sacerdotales and potentially revise that. So we'll also hear the vote from the bishops on that. I believe it's a complex, differentiated, tension-filled consensus process since Wednesday evening when the motion was submitted, so that we as a commission, as a committee also believe that the vote from the group of the group of bishops will be in line with that of the motions committee, because we have gone through a challenging process of finding a consensus over the last few days in this regard. Again, also in terms of terminology, thank you for the many comments that led to a clarifying of the text. The sacramental ministry of women, for instance, we also subscribe to these comments brought forward by Bishop Wiesemann. Opening the sacramental ministry to women is the language used now. The background of that is a more far-reaching theological debate. Is there only a specific magisterium for women? So is it for women? Is it opening it for women, or is it meant to include women. This would obviously be the opposite of gender diversity and gender justice. We subscribe and agree with these motions. Another category is Category 4, and it relates to the Diaconate Leadership Office, as the term is called. We also received a lot of comments in that regard. So the Diaconate Leadership Office, Bishop Giese, Bishop Gen, they requested various motions and comments. Please define Diaconal Leadership Office. So we did not think of an office of leadership in the sense of the Representatio Christi Capitis, but we wanted to make sure that the Representatio Christi Diaconus is what this is about. It should become clear in the formulation, Office of the Leadership, that through the sacramental diaconate, the various diaconal ministries are represented, and that there can be no hierarchicization between the two forms of the Representatio Christi. The network diaconate of women speaks of a diaconal leadership of leadership ministries. However, in order to avoid misunderstandings in terms of terminology, the Motions Committee agrees with the amendments proposed and submitted. So in all of these instances in the text, we do no longer talk about the Diaconal Leadership Office to avoid those confusions. Then, last point. And this is also the transition to the motion brought forward by the bishops. This is about the further consultation process. It's been mentioned, or it's been requested several times, not to establish a new commission. We also had Bishop Wiesemann, Bishop Wilmer, Bishop Gen, and Bishop Ackermann contribute to this. And so we came to a phrasing that I'd also like to read out, and it has to do with the perception of advocacy. In the bodies of the German Bishops' Conference and the Central Committee of the German Catholics, deliberation on the subject of the sacramental ministry of persons of each gender will continue on an ongoing basis. The Subcommission on Women of the German Bishops' Conference and the Division 1 Theology, Pastoral and Ecumenism jointly assume the advocacy for the question, scientific level, and spiritual concerns in the sense of the proclamation of the gospel are to be combined. The German Bishops' Conference strives at its levels for the Universal Church reception of these consultations in connection with the Universal Church synodal process. The goal is a mutual intercultural learning process that takes into account the breadth of the positions and the international ecumenical exchange. End of quote. Again, thank you very much for the intensive discussions of the submitted implementation text and the constructive motions for amendment and votes. And we ask the Synodal Assembly to approve the proposed changes and also the text as a whole. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Eckholt, for these detailed explanations. And I'd now like to ask Bishop Gerber to please come to the front, who's going to explain the motion for amendment that we're going to vote on separately. Now, dear members of the Synod, after the discussion and the Synod in Dresden, I took over the responsibility of phrasing a motion for amendment that can be included in this discussion, and you were also presented with this. It is very important for me that when we have a clear implementation text, we also send a clear message to the dioceses and the Universal Church. We cannot just refer to Ordinatio Sacerdotalis, but what is necessary as well is to also have a Universal Church discourse that takes the strength of the theological argument and pays tribute to the times in which we live. I am convinced that this content-related discourse also is a challenge, but it also will reinforce the magisterium. Pope Francis repeatedly points to the fact that listening is a key dimension of synodality, and I understand this implementation text that we're now going to vote on in its key messages in saying that it's going to take on the role of advocacy to listening to the theological, anthropological reflection of our times and also the experience of pastoral care. And against this background, the motion for amendment that you're going to see momentarily on your screens has been modified a little bit more. Some of the passages that point to the inclusion of current research in the Universal Church Reflections, unlike the original motion, is no longer taken out. So that passage will be included again. And Professor Eckholt also pointed to the fact that the passage to the additional reflection in our bodies will also stay in. So synodality means to listen and to show resonance. And I also see a responsibility, in particular on the part of the bishops, in particular if we have our challenges with individual passages of the text, but admitting this implementation text or also abstaining from voting is something that I can understand in my role as a bishop in not agreeing to all the passages of the text, but that in the context of the Synodal Path and the reflection that also happened elsewhere outside of the Synodal Path, both on the national and international levels, will be dealt with in more detail in the future, thus giving it the chance to find more resonance and to make sure that in the Universal Church we continue to then also discuss the matter of access to order. So the motion I bring forward is paying tribute to the bishops requesting a higher focus on the admission to diaconate. But in terms of admitting them to order as a whole, we need to emphasize what we have more consensus about, and that relates to what we also pass in the foundational text with a great majority, and also the indication that the working document on the Universal Church Synod also addresses similar requests or issues that are a matter of discussion in other countries, and also points to the fact that this needs to be brought in line with the current theological reflection, and thereby I am in favor and advocate the passing of this motion for resolution.
Thank you very much. With that, we are well informed, and we will initiate the debate a little later. Before that, we're going to vote on whether or not the motion Bishop Gerber just presented will be discussed and will be submitted to the vote. But first of all, we're going to vote if we want to discuss this motion.
Bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab.
Please cast your vote, because I'm going to close the vote in a moment. It's closed. And here we see that the motion was adopted with 162 votes, 27 nay votes, 6 abstentions, and 195 votes in total, and it will be discussed and resolved upon later on. We're now going to start the debate on the implementation text. The time allotted is 1 minute 30 seconds. And as a synodal assembly, you decided that we still want to have ample time for the spiritual reflection. So now we have 30 minutes for the discussion. Susanne Schumacher-Godemann is first. I think that women in our associations and parishes expect a clear signal on our part regarding the opening of the sacramental ministry for all the people in the Church. And for me, that means that there can only be one ministry. This is why Bishop Gerber's motion is something I cannot endorse. I'd like to remind you that also during the continental phase of the World Synod, the question on a full and equal participation was raised almost everywhere. The implementation text we are voting upon has already been modified by Bishop Gerber's motions 32, 34, etc. We're going to vote on motions to modify the form, and this has already weakened the message of the text. I think we cannot do more in that regard. And to state it very clearly, with that text, We just want to install a committee which, in the Universal Church dialogue, checks and verifies the arguments. I find it really shocking that this doesn't seem to be possible. Equal rights, this is not a concession in our society, and discriminating someone because of the gender must be put an end to in the Catholic Church, so I expect a clear signal here. I would like to ask the technician to close the list of speakers, because we have many speakers already who want to take the floor. We're going to continue with Professor Dr. Birgit Aschmann. We will have enough time to discuss the success of the Synodal Path and think about it. And I think we've had great conversations in the plenary and in the hall. And there were many discussions at eye level. But the Synodal Path will only be successful if this discussion at eye level only happens when having a cup of coffee. But when this happens at the altar, we need dealing with each other at eye level at the altar. And we we'll also speak about women as priests, not only the diaconate. And only if we are able to have a Eucharist ceremony led by women. We don't want to expel men. We want both. We want et. We need the men and the women. And looking at the Universal Church dimension, we need the Universal Church conversation. That doesn't mean that we want to have uniformity at Universal Church level. And I'd like to take the perspective of my origins, my original guild, so to speak. There was always a disbalance between times. But we want justice. We want to have to be on an equal footing at the altar. Professor Dr. Johannes zu Els. I would like to agree to what has been said, but I would like to speak about the effect this text has, particularly regarding the bishop's modification. This is just a small step for an assembly which adopted the foundational text with 97%. But it's a large step for the women I'm thinking about in the parishes and in the pastoral services. And if this text is rejected, some of them will leave. If they can't risk their jobs, they will migrate within themselves. And if they can leave, they will leave. So please adopt the text. Thank you very much. Nicole Podlinski. The Catholic Church also has a historic responsibility for the image of women in the world. And Augustine and many others shaped this image of women. And gentlemen, now you have the possibility to remedy that a tiny little bit. And we will get better with that, because the female view on care, on the many tasks of life, birth, education, this view will be more pronounced, and it's getting stronger in the church, and that's what we need. We are getting better through this. Professor Dr. Julia Knob. I like the text, and I honestly admire, and have repeatedly stated that there is this will to understand each other. I am a theologian, but I am more thinking along the lines of principles than being pragmatic. The foundational text 3 marked the level we were at. Gender justice as a foundation for all future actions in the Roman Catholic Church. That was the guiding principle of what we want to do. And this program, this programmatics, the consequence can only be to open up all the ministries. The motion of the bishops to restrict this to the sacramental diaconate and to only follow ordinatio sacerdotalis, the sentence which they stated in fall as a prerequisite for their approval changes this program. This would mean that we would put into perspective the gender and discriminate women, and we would support this if we did that. But that's the problem and not the solution. This is why I'm in favor of this implementation text, but I'm against the motion of the bishops. We have 22 more speakers on the list. I'd like to ask the technicians to reduce the time to speak to a minute. I know this is difficult, but we made the decision that we wanted to take time for the spiritual reflection as well. And I call Dr. Maria Flachsbart. Thank you very much for debating this text. I think it would really be, something would be missing in this assembly if we didn't. It's a highly complex question. I'd like to admit that right away, as Professor Sattler and Professor Eckholt said. But there's also a very differentiated answer that is given to that in the foundation text and in the implementation text. And I'd be really formulate the answer it was formulated with lots of concessions and reviews. And I would really ask you also against the backdrop of the witness which was given yesterday by the two sisters, Dr. Katharina Klutmann and Sister Katharina Ganz. The witness, Sister Weiler, just gave regarding her activity, her work in Latin America. We should give these women the opportunity to follow and to live their vocation. And I'd like to refer to the book by Philippa Rath. It is really urgently needed. It is necessary. It is really required for us to take these steps to not reject these women anymore. Bishop Gebhard first. Dear brothers and sisters, I would like to tell you that this text, I can endorse it, the implementation text. And my accent is on vote 1, the sacramental diaconate for women. I think that the introduction of this diaconate is something that is really needed, and it's high time to do it. And the Würzburg Synod, I'd like to remind you, already decades ago sent a vote to Rome in that sense. And the Diocesan Synod in 1985-1986 did the same. The information by the Congregation of Faith is that it's open if there can be a sacramental ministry for women. The ban by Pope John Paul II on female priests doesn't make it impossible for women to be deaconesses. This is why I agree to the text. Sister Scholastica Jod, I'd like to say right away that I hope that we're doing here is a spiritual process. One thing has been following, one thought has been following me since right after Christmas. When we look at the gospel, Jesus is squeezed, is pressurized, put into the corner more, and I thought there is a law, and according to the law, he needs to die, Jesus. And according to that law, vocations of women need to die. And again, I appeal to have a broad approach to God. The Holy Spirit work makes an impact in our times as well. The representation of Christ is not only the Last Supper, but it's his whole life. His whole life was to break the bread. Sister Philippa Rath. Dear fellow Synod members, I think that many people are looking at us at this point. Many women, but also many men, who for a long time have been waiting for a long time for ministry to be opened for women. Opening the diaconate for women is an important step. But I think that above and beyond that, we need perspectives that all the ministries will be opened up, as Sister Scholastica said, particularly regarding those women who really have feel the call and have been feeling it for many decades. I am also in agreement with Bishop Gerber's motion for amendment. I'd like to share something with you that happened 10 years ago. At that time, in our abbey, we were invited to visit Pope Benedict, and I had the pleasure of visiting him and could ask him about Ordinatio Sacerdotalis. And now, please be fast. And he gave me the answer, it's an important teaching decision, but it's not a dogma. Deacon Stefan Stürmer. A moment ago, we heard by the missionary sister about the Amazonia Synod and heard about the commitment of women in the diaconate. Pope Francis, in his post-synodal writing, spoke in favor of an inclusion of women, more of an inclusion. And although the Church appreciates women and largely depends on their support, as almost all over the world, in the Church will dispense with admitting the women to the diaconate. And this is something we cannot accept. Although theological studies have shown that the female diaconate existed in the past, and I would like to emphasize it, that this ministry still exists in theory. This is why it's not really understandable why the Church, until now, wants to do without the women and the charisma of many wonderful women and theologians. As a member of the working group on permanent diaconate in Germany, and I'm the chairperson, I would like to submit the motion to send a motion of indult to Rome for that women to be admitted to the diaconate. Markus Schuck, dear synodal members, it might be that we want to pass this implementation tax. Maybe it's because of tactics, so as to make sure that that people in Rome listen up. Maybe that's because of that the text isn't that far-reaching. But still, as a man, I can hardly bear this, because apart from the enrichment it would be for the Church if people of any gender could be in a ministry, the rejection of vocations is a violation of the human right on gender justice and the God-given equality of all human beings. And the justifications for that, well, I cannot understand them. Bishop Dr. Ulrich Neimeyer. I would like to link back to the Universal Church voices we heard, which can be found in the preparation document on the Global Synod. We are not alone with that topic in the Universal Church. And as I still have some time, I would like to invite you to Erfurt to the Katholikentag Convention.
Schwester Dr. Katharina Ganz.
Sister Dr. Katharina Ganz, please. I was thinking about withdrawing because as I cannot speak here in my capacity as a theologian, but I'm existentially affected by these topics in my very existence. So I'd like to ask you for those which was adopted with a vast majority in the foundational text. The bishops also accepted it, adopted it, that this would also lead to concrete steps. And my inner wound will only heal once we have full access to the Church, to all the services. I love to live my vocation as a religious woman, but I can only live part of my vocation, and this is something that I've already experienced, and I would wish for this to be examined and not just left aside just because I'm a woman.
Ulrike Göken-Husmann.
Ulrike Göken-Husmann. Many things have been said already. we have been dealing with these topics for so long, and I'd like to refer to the Würzburg Synod once more. The Joint Synod of the dioceses in Germany analyzed and discussed the admission of women to the diaconate. It recommends to adopt the practice of the old church to implement the same. This is why they asked the Pope to, against the backdrop of the current pastoral situation, to allow for women to be ordained as deaconesses. This was written 50 years ago. This is for so long that we've been discussing this matter. And my second topic relates to what Sister Katharina Ganze said. We know, and we were also able to read it with Sister Philippa's book, how many women feel the vocation to become a deaconess. And I really encourage you to no longer refuse that to them. Thank you very much. Bishop Dr. Karl-Heinz Wiesemann. The goal, which I can also support, is the diaconate for women and of women, and this brings about much more clarity also regarding the other discussion. We've had a very controversial discussion on the different services by laity. In order to have more sacramental clarity, that is important. If women baptize, if they hold the sermon, if they are allowed to do all that. And I think this is a point where we have a lot of agreement. The foundational text that we adopted is binding. That's quite clear. And it's the foundation. But it's a sensitive question, and we have to include it into the Universal Church in a very smart way as the German Church. And the way in which we do it, that is the question that's more important, how we do it instead of what we do. I would like to consider this and to take into account the bishop's suggestions and to take things forward. And we are all aware that the conclusion of the Synodal Path will happen today, and it would be nice to have agreement at the end.
I'd like to thank the committee for the wonderful theological work and argumentation. It shows me that not exclusion but access to all baptized individuals, not only women, is necessary. But still, if it's not possible, I will also vote on this motion for amendment to focus on the diaconate of women, because a vote from this assembly and the bishops would be a strong signal, and that's also not to be taken for granted. So please vote in favor of this. This takes us back to the Würzburg Synod, to the last century at least, but at least we don't fall back behind that. I know my theology to the extent that I know that we're talking about one ordo that's not to be separated, and that is why admission to the diaconate is a first step with which I suggest we get started as soon as possible, but rest assured we are going to take the additional steps thereafter as well. Bishop Overbeck. I can only subscribe to all those that say that we should pass the text as it's been presented to us for reasons I don't want to repeat again, but I want to add two more additional reasons. In the many discussions that we're having at the moment, we have a theologically challenging direction that they go in. So we have Petrinic and Marianic trends. I believe that both perspectives are truthful and right, but not to be associated or linked to a certain gender. And because of that, I believe that we need to rethink the importance of baptism and also the question of the signs of time and what that means for the office, and take these seriously. So that is why I can only encourage you to vote in favor of this, but to then also pursue the next steps thereafter. Melanie Gehring. Isn't it enough that we don't have equality of men and women in our society? But even inside the church, we are still behind, and that is just embarrassing in my mind. And I can only say I am very respectful of those women that have stepped in favor of the church, even though they have not enjoyed the same rights or dignity. So the longer I think about it, the more absurd this gets, and the more I also ask myself what I am doing in this church as a woman, even though I do not feel this vocation to become a priest. And on the lack of priesthood, I am from Hamburg, and in the diaspora, it's not simple. We feel this lack every single day. And you can also have women in sacramental ministries, and that is me referring to the ordained office of the priest office for women. So you can then open this up and have women access to that, and be happy if these capable women would be able to give sacraments. Immertraut Kubusch. I've been in favor of admitting women to the office of to the diaconate offices. So let's not play out one office against the other one. These are different vocations. These are different. Ministries. In Waldbreitbach, we now have 14 women sitting together that would like to feel this vocation to become active in this regard. So let's give them a sign of hope, and let's take a very first important hopeful step. A woman said to me, I don't need this ordination to deaconate, but the church needs it, and that's what should be in our interest. Bishop Voderholzer. I can only repeat what I said previously in the consultations of Synodal Forum 3. The diaconate of women would lag distinctly behind the options of women inside the church as a theology professor, head of schools, teacher of religion, pastoral worker, parish worker, etc. So there are a number of voluntary women and mothers that the church also supports on. So opening this one order to diaconate can only be valued as us trying to take a first step, and that's what it is, a first step in order to open the this up, the ministry up to other ministries as well. The alternative would be the more deepened opening, and this is based on Ordinatio Sacerdotalis and the reasoning laid down in there. And I'm just going to give you a quote. Maybe the Catholic Church, due to its own structures, is the last threshold of humanity when it comes to differentiating the access of different genders. So, from a professional perspective, I support dioceses and local churches in questions of innovation and pastoral care. The fact that I do so has to do with my commitment to an association called Zeitfenster that was founded in 2010 in Aachen. And at the time, we developed a service that is directed to individuals who turned their backs to the church, and that for subjective reasons, subjectively valued reasons, do no longer come to the church. And I had these services, so I listen to them and I pray with them. And in my life, I have fought long and hard with my vocation. It's a history of closeness and distance, of courage and humility. And I am not done yet with that still. And if it were a Facebook status, it would be called, it's complicated. And I'm sure that there are very good reasons why I'm not a priest, but the fact that I'm a woman is something that I shouldn't fail, that shouldn't have been a failing reason. Hubertus Lübke. About 30 years ago, as part of my diploma thesis, I looked into this access of women only to the diaconate and other ordained ministries as well. And at the time, I came to a very clear conclusion in that a logical limitation only to the diaconate is something that I could not distinguish, I could not see. And today, 30 years later, we are still in the midst of the same discussion without any new findings having come to light. And that is why this limitation only to the ministry of the diaconate I cannot consent to. Gregor Potschun. I don't need to say anything. There is nothing that has not been said by women already. The patriarchy needs to be destroyed. Gudrun Lux. I understand Bishop Gerber wanting to step towards us and getting this text closer to the foundational text. I'd still like to ask you to reject the motion because it's just not sufficient. It's not sufficient. It's not sufficient for me, and it's not sufficient for many other women out there. And I am under the impression of the tears by Sister Katharina, who showed basically that this is about people being hurt, having been hurt deeply, and that it is about accepting humans as humans, and not to divide them up between men and women and men's rights and women's rights. We should not do that. Non-Jewish, non-Christian, non-women, non-men. Those categories, those strict categories. Dear brothers and sisters, we do not need the motion for amendment by Bishop Gerber. Please, dear bishops, still consent to the text. Go out there and dare to do something. Thou shalt not be afraid. Bishop Bode. I would like to advocate in favor of the bishop's motion because very rarely have the bishops spoken out in favor of the diaconate of women so clearly. And at the same time, it's also an opening up of the arguments and the advocacy in favor of the arguments beyond what is said in the Ordinatio Sacerdotales. So the Commission will definitely step in favor of that, and we now have the chance to contribute all that to the World Synod. We couldn't do that, and we also would not have set that signal at the end of the Synod if we do not agree to this. So, Archbishop Marx, I'd like to make a personal confession. 43 years ago, when I was a priest, I thought the same thing as I do now. And over the course of the years, and it's been a number of years now, I have realized that the arguments against allowing women have become weaker and weaker, more artificial. And in order to prevent that, I can only say this is my spiritual impulse, and I also consider that in my prayers, and that is why it's important for us to embark on this path. But we also need to see, we want to do this together and based on consent, and that's a spiritual notion as well. So it's not just pragmatic to look at motions that aim to build a bridge in order to come to a consensus. So please vote in favor, but also with the possibility of reaching consensus and having reached consensus. Viola Kohlberger is last. Now is the time, now is the hour to do so. It's the hour to make sure that the patriarchal discriminating structures can be done away with. Not just a little less, no less discrimination. An end of discrimination, an end of injustice is what we're trying to achieve here. An end of injustices for all individuals who feel this vocation, not only to the diaconate, but to all ordained ministries. We all need to step in favor of us being able to end these deficiencies. And we, as the Synodal Assembly, can do that. But, dear bishops, you are in an even more important position, and I am glad to see that you would like to step in favor of the diaconate and women having access to that. But that's not sufficient. So many young women look to us and wait for that decision to be made. Let us make the right decision. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for your contributions. This takes us to the end of the debate. For us up here, it is not easy to always keep reminding you of the time. Please bear with us. It's no fun to have to do that. And I'd just like to say thank you to all of you for lasting that, for taking and for putting up with the 1 minute time frame that's been allotted, and so that we can now have the chance to vote on this text and after having discussed it now. And let us therefore now come to the voting on the motions for amendment. Category 1 is what we start with, first of all. And this is then referring to the motions for which the Motions Committee recommends adopting them. So you can see the motions that this relates to on the big screens. And again, you can start voting. If you'd like to follow the Motions Committee's recommendation, press yes. If not, press no or abstain from voting with number 3.
Bitte stimmen Sie jetzt ab.
Please cast your votes now.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung.
And I'm closing the voting process. So we have 178 yeah votes, 2 nay votes, and 15 abstentions. So a unanimous adoption of these recommendations. Let us now proceed with the second category. This relates to the motions for which the Motions Committee recommends that we reject these motions. If you'd like to follow the Motions Committee, please vote yes. Otherwise, no or abstain from voting. And you can start voting now.
Wir schließen die Abstimmung.
So let us close the voting in 3, 2, 1, and closed. 177 votes in favor, 97.79%, 4 votes against, 2.21%, 12 abstentions. Let's go on to category 3, and those are the motions that the Motions Committee recommends that you adopt in modified form. Again, please press yes, no, button yes for, button 1 for yes, number 2 for no, and 3 for abstentions.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung.
And I'd like to close the voting now.
Das sind 180 Ja.
So 180 votes in favor, 3 nay votes, 16 abstentions. So we follow the recommendation by the Motions Committee. And let us now vote on the category 4 motions.
Der erste Änderung. In dieser Kategorie.
And this category 4, we need to see in which sequence we have that. This also contains Bishop Gerber's motion for amendment. Was that a mistake?
Das war jetzt nicht klar.
No, this was not clear. So, yes. In this category, all the individual motions are contained. What we see here on the screen, and you should be able to see that as well, is the motion that reads as follows: separate voting at the Synodal Assembly. Explanation: the Commission subscribes to Mr. Pochun's comment. It must be presented that a specific ministry is only formed for women. This would be the opposition, the opposite of gender justice. So the sacramental diaconate of women is to be replaced by opening the sacramental diaconate for women.
Achtung, ich bitte die Technik.
So please, the technicians. So Ms. Sattler, please clarify. What are we voting on? This is only the issue of women or women's sacramental diaconate, and we want to substitute that with for women. This is not Bishop Gerber's motion. This is Category 4. In Category 4, we have a number of motions for amendment on which we vote individually, and part of that, at some point, I'm not sure what the sequence is, but at some point, we will also vote on Bishop Gerber's motion that he submitted recently. And this is now the motion that we see here on the screen, instead of the sacramental diaconate of women, to be changed to opening sacramental diaconate for women, and you can vote yes, no, or abstain from voting. So we're now going to open the voting process.
Und wir schließen die Abstimmung.
And we're closing the voting in 3, 2, 1, and closed. So, 171 individuals voted in favor, 15 against, and 10 abstained from voting. So this means that we have adopted this motion for amendment. Let us now come to the next motion for amendment, and you can also see it very clearly on the screen. This is the motion presented by Bishop Dr. Michael Gerber. Michael Gerber already gave his introduction to that, which is why we're not going to read out the motion again, and we can start voting on this motion right away.
Bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab.
Please cast your votes now. And we're closing the voting in 3, 2, 1, and closed.
Diesem Änderungsantrag
Okay, 130 individuals voted in favor of this motion, 59 against, and 13 abstained from voting. So we have therefore passed this motion for amendment by Bishop Gerber. So, from what we know, there was no further motions for amendment in Category 4, which is why we are now going to vote. There was a point of order? Okay, a point of order, please. Well, it is customary to put forward a point of order to the effect of having a recorded vote. I'd like to do that. Any formal opposition? Okay, all right. You'd like to bring forward a formal opposition? And we also received a a motion for a secret ballot signed by 6 individuals who'd like to bring forward this motion. Now, in terms of procedure, we have a point of order for a recorded vote. Then we have a motion for a secret ballot. I didn't understand, Dr. Eckstein, was this a formal opposition to the recorded vote? No. Okay. All right. All right. We'll proceed as follows. First of all, we have a point of order on the recorded vote, to which there is no formal opposition, if I understand. No, there is a formal opposition. All right. So let us vote on that, and then after that, we will vote on the motion for secret ballot. So let us now vote on this point of order on having a recorded vote. Okay.
Bitte stimmen Sie jetzt ab, denn ich schließe jetzt die Abstimmung darüber.
So we're now going to close the voting on this motion.
Es sind
139 individuals voted in favor, 52 against, and 7 abstained. So this then approves of this. We're now going to vote on the motion for secret ballot, and we have the required 5 names that are required as per our statutes. And I'm sorry, at least it needs to be at least 5. We have 6 names, so this is a valid motion. Just to clarify, this again means this is a motion based on the Articles of Association, not on the Rules of Procedure. It's just a naming issue in the motion itself.
Ich schließe in 5 Sekunden die Abstimmung.
Okay, I'm going to close the voting in 5 seconds.
Das ist jetzt.
Which is now.
Dem Antrag zur Satzung auf geheime Abstimmung.
Now, 50 individuals, which corresponds to 26.46%, voted in favor, 139 voted against, 73.54%. So this means that this motion based on the Articles of Association to have a secret ballot has not been adopted, and there is a point of order. I'd like to disclose the female and diverse individuals casting their votes. Any opposition to this? This is not the case. No, not the case. So let us now come to the final vote on this implementation text, Women in Sacramental Ministry Perspectives for the Universal Church Dialogue, in a second reading. And we're now going to have a recorded vote, and we will disclose the number of women and non-binary individuals present here at the assembly separately.
Bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab.
Please cast your votes.
Wenn Sie noch abstimmen, haben Sie.
If you're still casting your vote, then you now have the chance to do so in 3, 2, 1, and now we've closed the voting.
Mit 100
177 votes in favor and 12 against. So we have 93.65% in favor, 6.35% against, and 13 abstentions.
Mit 177 Stimmen und 93,65% wird diesem Handlungstext zugestimmt.
So we have therefore adopted this implementation text.
Deswegen gehen wir weiter.
And let us now see how the bishops have voted. 42 in favor, 10 against, and 6 abstentions. And the voting of the non-male individuals at the assembly, 98.36% voted in favor.
Wir sagen hier oben vielen Dank.
We'd like to say thank you to all of you, and we're going to pass the floor now.
Genau.
Unter euch und dann besprechen wir nachher, wie wir das. Viertelstunde und den Rest lesen wir dann.
Ja, wie Sie sehen, wir sind der Anfang und das
So as you can see, we are the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end.
Wir wissen ja auch, dass es dann nach diesem
We also know that after today, things will continue, and that's a good thing, right? And honestly, it's almost an emotional moment, but I'm not quite there yet. Okay, let us now start the reflection, also with the spiritual support. Michael Berenson and myself, together with Siegfried Kleimann and Maria Boxberg, we prepared a few things, and the two of us will get us started.
Und Sie bräuchten gleich diesen Zettel, den Sie heute Morgen...
And you will need this sheet of paper that you found on your seats or tables this morning. Okay, the one that Michael's holding up. Okay, so we'd like to take 3 steps. A first step as a personal reflection, then secondly, talking to other individuals that are in the room with you, and then thirdly, a small feedback to the rest of the assembly. We'd like to start with a personal reflection, and to do so, we'd like to share 4 questions, 4 perspectives with you that look back on where we've come and what we've done. So maybe just close your eyes and, be with you, stay with you in the moments to come and reflect on the questions that we're going to introduce to you as a way of reflecting on what has happened on this synodal path.
Ich lade Sie ein, sich
I would like to invite you to travel with us, and I'm going to just ask a few questions as a matter of setting an impetus. Now, I look back on the entire path, the opening in the dioceses on the first Advent of 2019, and the series of synodal assemblies we've had. We also had regional meetings. We had online assemblies. Initially, the hopes and expectations and fears or concerns that we had when we first embarked on this path. What did I have? What were my feelings?
Es gab auf dem Weg die unterschiedlichen.
On this path, we had different assemblies, encounters, forum discussions, talks, and potentially there were various pieces of a mosaic that you look back on, different pictures that come to your mind. Looking back on this path, what are the decisions, the conversations, the encounters? Which were the ones that were most important to me? If I look back on a day, on today, for instance, are there moments that seem decisive to me and to the assembly as a whole? And within that, also look at my own feelings, looking at my own feelings, what give me strength, what hurt me, disturbed me, and left me concerned. What were the moments of not knowing what to do? And maybe I can also look back to what I feel sorry for, what I would do differently from what I did at the time, maybe be a bit more decisive or hold back a little bit more, potentially. And maybe I can look for a single word that represents what I am most thankful for.
Was bewegt mich jetzt an der Schwelle?
What moves me now when I'm about to say goodbye? What moves me while I proceed? Where to?
Was erscheint mir wichtig?
What seems important for the path of a synodal church?
das Leben im Licht des Evangeliums zu betrachten.
living or looking at life in the light of the gospel and putting yourself in that presence of God.
Was ist in diesem Horizont
Against this outlook, what is important to me? What about what I experienced, what I hoped for, and what has happened? How can I see the message of the gospel, the voice of Jesus?
was ist da an Klage,
What are the complaints? What
an Sehnsucht
am I thankful for? What am I longing for?
und an Vertrauen?
And what do I have trust in?
Wir haben auf den Plätzen Zetteln ausgeteilt.
Now, on your tables or chairs, you found a sheet of paper that contains 3 questions. 3 questions that you're supposed to pass on to other individuals. And we'd like to ask you to say something, to write something, one short phrase. You don't have to answer every single question, but at least one question if possible. We'd like to collect these sheets and then take these as pieces of the big mosaic and read out what you put down anonymously. Just give some room to these questions for a moment. I know there's a lot to say and a lot to write, but please try to concentrate on writing one phrase only.
Und auch für die, die online zugeschaltet sind.
And for all our online participants, it's also worthwhile formulating it for yourselves and to write it down. What came to mind when hearing these questions?
Was die hier in der Versammlung anwesenden
And the paper that we distributed consists of the following questions. One fundamental experience for me is I take home as a pending and open question against the backdrop of the gospel and the community of the faithful. It is important to me that
egal wo auf der Welt Sie uns
no matter where in the world you are participating from, maybe giving an answer to this question is something you also would like to do.
Zettel werden gleich eingesammelt und wenn Sie...
We're going to collect the pieces of paper in a moment, and if you want to take home what you formulated, take a picture of your piece of paper before you hand it back. And some statements will be read out to the assembly. As we are on a joint path, we also want to talk to each other. We want to reserve 15 minutes to get together in a group of 2, 3, 4, depending on where you are seated, to discuss, to converse about your personal experience on the Synodal Path. And if you are watching us online, you can also discuss that or think about that. What have you experienced? We want to have this exchange on our path in the context of the Synodal Path. So just turn around, or however you are seated, just start a conversation.
Das ist ein schönes Bild von hier oben, so was man zumindest erahnen kann vom Bild her.
It's a very nice picture from up here. We can tell you are intensively discussing, but I'd like to gently interrupt you. Please finish your sentences. And then we're going to move on in our spiritual reflection.
Wir durften gerade hier oben zu viert sichten.
Now, here on the podium, we actually had a chance to just quickly glance through some of the things that you put down in writing, and we were very moved by what we read. We're now going to read out some of the sentences that you put down as mere examples, and we will also put them down at the altar during the service, and we will also send them to the Synodal office, the Secretariat, without knowing what they're going to do with that, and maybe the spiritual the spiritual leaders will then collect these reflections and what has happened inside every single one of us on this path, and then we can bring that together and also provide to you somehow. So these will not get lost, is what I'm trying to say. So, as I said, now we're just going to read out individual sentences just as a matter of example, just to give us a snapshot of what goes through your mind. This is what you put down as a key experience. So my key experience, my most important experience, is how difficult it is to transform the feeling of a loss of power. Many vulnerabilities that I was not aware of, the fact that I have a lot to learn, to hear, and to see attentively. In the voting, I felt very much pressured. The joint exchange and trying to come to a consensus together is something that's quite strenuous, but also fruitful at the end of the day. I look back to the many competent and committed individuals for whom the Church, their belief, the future, and Jesus are important. I look back to the feeling of powerlessness and despair at the lack of courage on the part of some motions and this sticking to an old established system that this represents. How cumbersome it can be to even take small baby steps. My key experience is that together we can change the face of this Church to make it more human and a more rejoicing life. I have only just now understood what a power system the Catholic Church really is. My key experience is that I need to expose myself to the being different on the part of other individuals over and over again if I really want to achieve synodality. Communio feels good and also takes us a step further. Solidarity, the solidarity of many synod members amongst each other, in particular those individuals that accompany this process at home and here on site. My key experience is that thinking that you know better but not being able to enforce your own opinions, this is what humility stands for. And one last statement as a response on this first question. The going together of laity and bishops has gained a new level and has come to a new level. Exchange and change of perspective has been possible, at least to a certain extent. As an open question, I take with me what we need to do in order to make sure that we can have others jump on board. What is it worth? What is worth stepping in for? My open question is, what is the position of magisterial statements made in the past today? What's their value today? And how can we make sure that we can strengthen the trust we have in each other? How do we deal with those gaps that are within the Church in Germany, So the personal differences, those trenches that might exist in relation to this church and the views that we share or do not share. Another open question is, how can we preserve unity and a fruitful diversity, and how can we get out of our own bubble? So what are we as a church afraid of? Do we believe what we proclaim ourselves? And if so, why is it so difficult for us to bring about changes? As an open question, I take with me the question whether compromises will be the more successful way forward in the long term. I take with me how much more abuse of power can I sustain. Really? Just that little? Does it only proceed this slowly? My open question is, how can I have such an unagitated view to certain changes, such as Bishop Bonney presented? So the question is, how can we hold the different positions together? So how about the Synodal Commission? How are we going to proceed there? Will all positions and perspectives be represented? Do they have a right to co-shape and co-decide as well? The open question is as follows. Dear Church, where do you want to go? I believe in a good future of the Church, also in Germany. And a last open question, how can we make sure that we can contribute the issues we've been discussing to the worldwide dialogue and to the World Synod? The third question is the question, in the light of the gospel and the community of those believing, what is important to me is to meet at eye level. It is important to me that everyone finds a place in this church, regardless of the ministry or office they might hold. It is important that we open our eyes to those people that share different opinions. How can we create justice and peace, dear God? It is important to me that the Catholic Church lives unity and diversity at the same time, and that there is a globality of contexts and differences, and that we allow for those to exist. It is important to me to regain trust and to have justice for those affected. We're not done with that. It is important to make this part and parcel of my conversations of the life in the church and my encounters. The fact that in meeting one another, we can also reflect the goodness of Jesus, the mercy of Jesus. I would also like to make sure that I do not and that I am not hurting others in the way that I act and the things that I say. I always want to listen to God's spiritual power that helps me to embark on new paths. It is important to me to have the freedom of the children of God and the strength of the gospel be strengthened, and also to allow others to experience that. It is important to me that we walk through those opened doors, and that now in this new sense of freedom we step in and make sure that this good news can spread among us. I want to embark on this path of faith, a path of pilgrimage. It is important to me to work on a joint aggiornamento and to build an open church that's open for everyone. It is important for me to have all local churches discuss the key issues that are being discussed in the Universal Church as well. It is important for me to have the voice of the crucified and to listen to those that we might have played down and alienated, and to still seek refuge in that protection of God. And last but not least, in light of the gospel and the community of those believing, it is important to me that we ask each other to help me drink from your sources. So with this last word, I'd like to invite all of you to sing a song about the faith we have in the presence of God, and maybe in the midst of the dispute of the delineation and the struggle, God is there, and God is with us and supports us. And let us now finish this reflection with this very song.
Unser Herr, wie bist du zugegen und wie unsagbar nah bei uns. Allzeit bist du uns in Sorge, in deiner Liebe birgst du uns. Du bist nicht fern, denn die zu dir beten, wissen, dass du uns nicht verlässt. Du bist so menschlich in unserer Mitte, dass du wohl dieses Lied verstehst. Du bist nicht sichtbar für unsere Augen und niemand hat dich je gesehen. Wir aber ahnen dich und glauben, dass du uns trägst, dass wir bestehen. Du bist in allem ganz tief verborgen, was lebt und sich entfalten kann. Doch in den Menschen willst du wohnen, in ganzer Kraft uns zugetan. Herr, unser Herr, wie bist du zugegen, wo nur auf Erden Menschen sind. Bleib gnädig so uns in Sorge, bis wir in dir willkommen sind.
Vielen Dank, Maria Boxberg und Siegfried Kleinmann.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boxberg and Mr. Kleinman, for accompanying us spiritually on this path.
Bevor wir jetzt gleich zum allerletzten
Now, before we now pass the floor to the Synodal Committee for the closing remarks, we have some housekeeping remarks as well. And just to start out with, please do not forget to return your voting device. The last few days we asked you to take it with you. Now you're supposed to leave it on your chairs, on your tables. It's also a physical act of being able to surrender this responsibility as you are surrendering your mandate as a member of the Synodal Assembly. So, of course, we all share the responsibility to proceed further on this path, the Synodal Path. And now just a few housekeeping remarks for all of you, and they are as follows. You will be aware of the fact that at 3 o'clock, we will put the Synodal Path to an official end. At 2 o'clock, we have buses departing from here. You will be aware of that from the performance. They start at 2 o'clock. Make sure that you do not all take the last buses, because then it might be a little stressing you out. You can also walk. It should take approximately 45 minutes if that's something you'd like to do. And now we'd also like to make use of the opportunity to say a few word of thanks from our point of view as moderators. And before we do that, we'd also like to point out that you are asked to then pick up your bags in the parish office. So it's been taken over to the parish close to the cathedral. And then also the Forum on Women in Ministry are to meet to my left during the break. I was only told that the Women's Forum would like to meet over there, and now from our perspective, we have a few individuals who we would like to pay tribute to and who we would like to thank now. Yes, very well. This is, of course, the technicians that have been responsible for putting the motions on, the process that we have created, and being spontaneous at times as well. And please also stand up briefly so we can put a face to that as well. Show yourselves, disclose yourselves. Thank you very much.
Dann ebenfalls
So also behind the scenes, and a great support to us have been the employees of the German Bishops' Conference and the Central Committee of Catholics in Germany, the ZDK. So thank you also to all of you involved behind the scenes.
Über mehrere Synodalversammlungen
So we have also had Luis Weiss, Lukas Schäfer, and Sarah that have been with us as our musicians over the course of several synodal assemblies. Thank you very much to the three of you. And for us as moderators, and they have always been our backup. They were like the ministers of the Synodal Assembly, and I hope for a continuation of that in the Synodal Commission and everything else. Michael Kager and Frank Kager.
Dann bedanken wir uns bei unseren Mitmoderatoren.
We would also like to thank the other moderators, not ourselves, but the other moderators too. It is important for us to say that it has become a team at a great speed. And also when it came to critical questions, we have been supporting each other. So from our point of view, this has been a challenging but quite an enriching one at the same time. So thank you also to the other moderators for the great teamwork they have shown.
Vielen Dank euch beiden.
Thank you also to the two of you. And we'd also like to thank the Synodal Committee for entrusting us with this role. So this is also not to be taken for granted either. Thank you for that.
Okay, ich darf das letzte Wort haben.
And I have the last word, at least in terms of what we have to say. There was a point of order? No. No. The simultaneous interpreters, they also deserve a word of thanks. But I'd also like to give a word of thanks to all of you, because without of you as synodal members, yes, you might have challenged us every now and then, but I will surely miss you in one way or another, because I've come to like this experience quite a bit, and you as well. So having said that, thank you so much for making this possible together with us. And now I'm going to pass the floor to the two presidents of the Synodal Committee.
This morning, we were really proceeding very fast. We would never have thought, when preparing in the larger Synodal Committee, that we would be able to discuss all the texts we wanted to discuss, that we would be able to discuss them, to adopt them, or at least pass them on to the Synodal Commission. I am really touched, and I'd like to thank you, the Synod members, for the great discipline, for taking on the responsibility for each other as we are seated here. This has been great, and allow me to say that as well. There was this intervention by Irmestedt Karp, and I'd also like to say that if the intervention I made yesterday afternoon, if that was a disturbance to the other bishops, I beg your pardon. I would like to say thank you to the synodal members for this perseverance that led to such great results. And I would also like to mention the names, unfortunately only men in parentheses, who I consider to be the initiators. Thomas Sternberg is here, Reinhard Marx, Stefan Vesper, and also Hans Langendörfer. And all those women and men who supported you to engage in this. A particular council isn't possible, but if we want to have such a composition of this assembly and we want to have broad discussions, we need to go down a path outside of the path stipulated under church law. And that has been the idea of the Synodal Path we embarked upon. And it resulted to be good to have been thinking along these lines.
And
now I would like to thank the members of the Synodal Fora, the chairpersons, the members of this Synodal Assembly, the advisors, the members of the infinite motion commissions, the members of the working group on responsibility. We owe the performance verantwortlich to the artistic implementation. Thanks to the observers as well as the international guests. This felt so good that you joined us here. Thank you so much for traveling from afar. I would also like to thank the members of the Victims Advisory Council of the German Bishops' Conference.
Ja, wir haben noch einen weiten Weg.
There's still a long stretch on the path. These have just been the first steps, and the learning curve of the Synodal Assembly regarding those affected, this path has just started to be embarked upon. We've understood, I can assure you, and I personally lament that at the final stretch, it wasn't possible for two of you to become members of the Synodal Assembly. Please bear with us for the fact that we are still learning, but please insist, step on our feet if we don't continue. We want to do this together with you. Promised, Chairman, Mr. President. I'd like to thank our spiritual supporters. The two of you are the symbol for the fact that this was a spiritual undertaking. And spiritual doesn't only mean spiritual moments, opening the books, praying. Spiritual also refers to the whole path, the path as a whole. And what I've experienced today strengthens me regarding the trust I placed in this path from the very beginning even more. I learned it in Trier at the Synod, that the Holy Spirit is reflected in the intelligence of a conference. It doesn't come from other worlds. It comes out of us, out of the baptized. He took residence in, he's present in. And it's exactly this experience that you all gave me, shared with me, and I would like to thank you very much for that. And I'd also like to thank our teams, the moderators. That was really hard work. Everything you did, the 6 of you. Weathering all the storms, you were always guiding us to good results. Thank you very much for that. I'm not going to repeat anything. I just endorse these words of gratitude. I'm short, no doubt about that. Well, I'd like to mention those who worked for us in the background, behind the scenes. And there are more people, as you might be tempted to think at first glance. I'm talking about the interpreters of Wortwahl, who simultaneously interpreted into English and Italian, and the sign language interpreters. A great thank you to them. And given that we've had a very difficult task to do, well, we didn't starve during this process. We owe this to our catering services, to the staff of the Messe Frankfurt. And as a woman, I'm also pleased to say that the cleaning personnel is very important, and very often they are overlooked. We would also like to thank the journalists for accompanying us with enormous attention. I'm not saying observing, because they also accompanied us through their profession. And I can only tell you that we should be happy that they find it worthwhile reporting about us in the first place, when we are moving, not moving, whatever.
In dieser Kultur heute sind Bilder so
In today's culture, images are so important. This is why I would like to thank the photographers for the photographs they took.
Ich weiß nicht, ob Sie wahrgenommen haben.
I don't know if you've noticed, but there were also some voluntary assistants from the very beginning. It's also a service that is oftentimes behind the scenes and remains unnoticed. Thank you as well. So with that, we are going to set a semicolon because we're going to continue in the cathedral in a different way. And my colleague just rightly points out to me that the moment has come to officially close this assembly, and we'll see each other again in the cathedral and elsewhere. And with that, this assembly is closed. And once more, thank you.
Vielleicht sollte auch dem Präsidium gedankt werden. Ein Dank an das Präsidium. Das macht normalerweise jemand aus der Synodalversammlung.